Hello everyone, in today's video we're going to build a portfolio website. So this project is mainly aimed for beginners, for people who are just getting started with web development. Okay, so we're going to start by designing the website that we're going to build. So I will show you the website. Okay, it's taking a bit of a time to load. Alright, so this is the website, this is the design. We're going to design from the start this website. Okay, everything you see we're going to design from scratch. Okay, this is the whole website, the design, and then don't mind this. Okay, now after the design, and then we're going to move on to coding the website in VS Code. So this is what the website looks like, and then I'll show you what it looks like. Now I'm going to scroll down. So we have the about section, and then we have the services section. We have some progress bars. We have the portfolio section. We have a nice half animation as well. Okay, and then we have the blog section, and we have the contact section with some inputs as well. Okay, and then we have a small footer section. Okay, so this website is also responsive as well. Okay, so we can also hide the sidebar, and then we can have a bigger menu here. Okay, so this section, it's also responsive. Okay, everything is not everything is responsive, but I showed you everything you need to know in the video, how to make this responsive as much as you want. Okay, so everything is quite responsive. Alright, so down here we have the contact section and the footer. Alright, so this is the project that we're going to build in this video series, and then I'll see you on the next one. Okay, let's start by downloading some images that we're going to use for this project. Go to Pexels. Okay, if you go to Pexels, you can just get any images that you like. So for example, if I type Utah, you can get some nice background images. I think I like this one as well. I'm going to download it. Okay, and then I'm also looking for a portfolio image. Portfolio. Yeah, you can just get any of these images. Okay, I think I've already downloaded the image that I'm going to use. I was just showing you where to get some images. Okay, also we need to download some icons that we're going to use as well. I'm going to type Figma icons. Okay, I think it's the first link. Okay, and then hit install, and then the icons will install. After installing the icons, open up Figma, and then you have something like this. Alright, something like this. So what you need to do is just double click font awesome free, and then you see all the icons. Okay, there's a lot of icons in here, so I have already selected the icons that I'm going to use for this project to save you a lot of time to do that. Okay, because it took me a lot of time to look for the icons that we're going to use. Alright, so I'm going to start by creating a new design file. Okay, it's taking ages to load. Okay, I think it's already loaded. I'm going to create a new frame. Just click here, and then the width 1920 by 1080p. Alright, okay, now we have the baseline of our website. So it's like the home page of our website. Okay, sorry guys if you're hearing a lot of noise in the background. There's seagulls crying all night. I live at a bad location. Look at the time, it's 2 a.m. and then there is seagulls outside crying. I'm sorry for that. Okay, so now what we're going to do is I'm going to select the polygon here. I'm going to make a rectangle and make sure it's same as the the home page. Okay, now I am going to change this color to, oops, it's gray. I'm going to change it to white. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is I'm going to put a grid. So if I go somewhere, okay, layout grid here, click this plus icon. All right, and then change the grid from grid to columns. We're going to have about, I think, 12 columns. Yeah, I think 12 will do for now. If we need to make some adjustments, we can always do that later. Okay, so now I'm going to make a sidebar. So this sidebar is going to be at a fixed position. Okay, so it's going to have 465 pixels width. All right, so we have our sidebar, and then I am going to also make another rectangle after the sidebar. So this rectangle is going to cover the whole thing. It's going to be like where our content is going to be. It's going to scroll all the way down. Okay, so now I'm going to hide the grid a little bit. Okay, select the frame and then click this eye icon to hide the grid. Okay, I'm going to change the background color for this one to something like this dark color. Okay, and then this home page, I am going to select file, place an image, and then I'm going to select an image, and then I'm going to put it there. Okay, let me check to see if it's not stretching. I'm going to say fit. Fit is not working because the resolution doesn't match, so I'll do fill. Okay, so it's filling the whole container. Alright, so now let's work on the sidebar first before we go any far. Okay, so here in the sidebar, I'm going to start with I think I'll start with hold on, I need to open a file. I don't want you to see my personal email. 1 second, I'm going to hide the screen a bit. Okay, yep, I wanted to open another file. So I'm looking for a logo. I want the logo to use, so I'll get my logo. I'm going to copy this logo and then I'll paste it here. You can actually make your own logo. I'll show you how to make your own logo instead of using my own logo. We can just make a basic one. So just put a square, and then we can do this, give it a nice color. I don't know, something like white. Let's do a linear gradient. Oops. Okay, we can change the color to something else. Alright, and then we can select a star like this, and then we can here subtract. Now we have some form of a logo. Okay, you can always change the color of the logo. We can change it later. Actually, it doesn't seem to match our website theme, but we can change that later on. Okay, I'm going to look for the grid. Oh, the grid is in the frame. Okay, so I'm going to view the grid again, and then here I'm going to increase the columns to 16. or more actually. I think I'll do 20. Okay, I think I'll do 20. So from, okay, I'm going to align this logo like this. Okay, I think it makes sense if I make this logo white. And then now change this one to a bit, no, not a dark one. Okay, I'll leave it like this for now. And then we're going to add some text. Okay, you can create new text, whatever. Okay, I've already created some text before, so I'm just going to copy this dummy text. Okay, I'm going to paste it later. Now go to text and then type in home. Increase the font size from 12 to something around, I think I'll do 24, just to make it more visible. Okay, 24, and then I'm going to change the color. So the main color for website is going to be this blue. It's going to be our main color for the website. I'm not sure if I have a good font. Okay, do we have Monserrati? That's the font that we want. So we might also have to download another font, a nice font. It's called Montserrat, I don't know, Monserrati font. Okay, so you can just select the fonts that we want. Thin 100, 300, regular 400, and then medium 500. You can get even up to 700 bold. Okay, and then now just dismiss, and then we need to download this font. Download all down here, and then you're just going to install these fonts. Okay, install the font. Install whatever font that you need, the size of the font that you need. You can use any font. Oops, I've accidentally closed it. Alright, you can, I'm going to download this again. Okay, you can download font, size that you want, any size, and then I'm going to light, regular, semi-bold. Okay, I think this is it. Yeah, this is it. Let's go back to Figma. Okay, let's go back to Figma now and change the font to something like Monserrati. Where is it? Okay, I don't see it. We can change that later. I don't want to waste any more time. I'll look for another font. Nope, not this one. Actually, I think I need to to restart Figma to be able to see the font. So restart your Figma and then you'll be able to see it. So, okay, Monserrati. Let's find it. Where is it? Yeah, there it is. It's not easy to find. Medium. Yeah, I'll put medium. And then now what I'm going to do is put a line below. A line. Okay, hold shift to make sure it's straight. If you hold shift, you stay straight. Okay, Now we have a line. We can do something like this, and then you change the color to this grayish color. Okay, now let's hide the grid. Okay, I think this is too light. I'm going to reduce the opacity to something like 50. Even 50 is too much. I'll do 20. Something a bit, yeah. I'll select the home and press Ctrl G, the home and the line, to group everything together. Okay, Ctrl D to duplicate. Ctrl D, Ctrl D, Ctrl D, Ctrl D. Okay, so this one, the color is going to be white. So this one is going to be about services. Change the color as well to white. You can do something like maybe a portfolio. Portfolios. Yeah, something like that. Portfolio. Change the color to white as well. You know, change all this to white, and then you can make this blogs, and then you can do contact, or maybe you can do reviews if you want to put some reviews on your website. Okay, select all these, select all these items. Let me see the size. Okay, I think this makes sense. Select all these and group them together. Ctrl G to group. Okay. All right. This color #33, I think it's better off if we just, you know, do a complete black color or something like 111111, much darker. What's going on here? What is going on? Oh, I don't know what happened here. Let me go back. I think I didn't select it. Okay, I'll reselect them again. Alright, now it's working. And then now I'll change the background color again. It's 11111. Okay, something like this. And then I'll put in some icons. I'll put a container down here. Put a container. Okay. So this is a container for the icons. I'm going to put some social icons. So the icons, the one that I need basically all of these for now. Go to the designs, then you paste the icons down here. I'm going to change the color from black to white. Okay. Center everything in here. Okay, the icons, and Ctrl G. Okay, change the background color for this to this black one. Okay, oh, oops. Now I can move this. Actually, you know what? Instead of grouping all these icons inside this container, I can only just group these icons only and then move them here to the starting point, like so. Okay. Oops, double click. I want to select the navigation. So it's group number, let me see. Oh, the navigation is not grouped. Group 1, 2, 3, 7, 8. Let me see why it's not grouped. Okay, I'll group the whole thing. Ctrl G. Okay, so now that the whole thing is grouped, I can change the color of this navigation to something like white. I'll just keep it white only, and then I'll do a text, something like, I don't know, lorem. Montserrat, and then do extra bold to 48. I don't know, you can do it here. Just find something that you see fit. Okay. Now let's do the header. So for the final website that we're going to code, it's not going to look like this. So this is just to give us a rough design. Okay. So now let's do a profile section. Okay. So this is going to be where our profile is going to be. I'm going to reduce the size a little, and then I'm going to select an image, place an image, and then I'll put an image, and then I'm going to do stroke, do something like this, and give it a bit of, and reduce the opacity to something like 10. The stroke, is it inside, or I need it outside? I want it outside, so I'll increase the opacity. I don't know, I think I'll leave it how it is right now, 36%. Oh, 25, I don't know, whatever. Okay, 25%, and then I'll put on a title. I'll reduce this once a bit more again, make sure our title is going to fit. Okay, so our title is going to be lorem ipsum I can just say hi, I am lorem ipsum. Okay, change the color to our primary blue color. From 48, this is not accurate, you know, so it's just to give us a rough idea. It's not going to look as, it's not like the final product when we code this website. Okay, this is just for a rough idea. And then you do text, a normal text, regular. Web developer. Now reduce this all the way to so tiny you can barely see it, but let's reduce this again as well, just to make our text more visible. You can also reduce this something like 50. Alright, I'll increase this to make it more visible to our eyes. 24. Okay, and then I'll add a mouse down here. And then remove the fill color, and then we need a stroke. Should be white. Then make it a bit more rounded. Okay, oops. Make it a bit more. Like this. It's like we want to scroll down. Okay, and now I'm going to put a dot. Okay, put a dot here. I want to make sure this is centered. I don't know, something like this. Okay, so this is like a mouse to scroll down to go to the about section. Okay, you know, this logo it looks very ugly. I don't know, we'll fix it later, or we'll change it to something else, because it doesn't look nice to me. Okay, that's it for our header. Now I'll see you in the next section. On the next part, we're going to do the about section. Okay, now let's do the about section. I'm going to take this and create a rectangle. So after the, okay, right, somewhere like this here, I'm going to create a rectangle. Okay, after our navigation, so it's like this and something like that. So you see, it's perfectly aligned. Okay, something like that. Then make sure it's also aligned here as well. Okay, so the height, I'm going to give a height of 1080. That's our height. Change the background to white. Okay, so now our background is white. We're going to create a title. Oops. Title, this is going to be about me. Make sure it's all in caps. About me. About me. change this to our primary blue color about me, and then duplicate this and make the font size 36 and change from regular to extra bold. Okay, I think I'm going to just put something like 40. Actually 40 is too big. 34. Then I'll reduce this from 24. Yeah, I'll just leave it at 24 just to make it more visible to us. Okay, change the color from our primary blue to black, or instead of black we can do this one. So our color is hash 2D3748. Okay, I'm sorry about the noise from outside, guys, I'm sorry. Alright, something like this about me. And then actually I forgot something. Oops. Select the small title and the big title and group it together. I'm going to show the grid so we can align everything properly. Okay, where is it? Okay, now we can see the grid. Somehow it doesn't show on this this file down, this rectangle down here. You know what, it only show on the sketch, so create a new sketch. Put this title up here for now. Delete this. So this is 1455. Delete this, and then you just do this with 1455, and then you do 1080. Okay, and then now you can put it back as it was, and then you can use a grid in here now. Layout grid. Okay, change columns. I'm going to put this to something like 8 for now. No, 12, 16. Yeah, I'll leave it at 16. I think it makes much more sense. 16. Okay, so 16. Now take the title and put it somewhere about here, and then I'll create a picture for the about. The picture is going to be something like this. Okay, I'll hide the grid for now, and then I'll duplicate this picture. Okay, I'll change what's going on outside. Okay, it's like this on this picture. Okay, do you have an effect like there's another picture behind? Okay, I'll place an image, file, place image. I'll select this one. Okay, this one I'll make it a bit, I think I'm thinking of a color to give it. Hash CCC, something more subtle. Okay, rotate. Okay, something like this. Okay, if it doesn't work, we'll always change it later, don't worry. Alright, now group everything. Select this and Ctrl G to group. Now you can be able to move it up. Oops, did I group the wrong thing? Okay, now we can move it up like this. Why am I? Okay, so now let's work on the right side content. Now let's view the grid a bit so we can see the our guide. Okay, so now select the hi. So if I do hi, my name is Epsom. Okay, change the color to this color and change the name color to primary blue, and then this one is going to be somewhere in between, so do medium. I think medium works, somewhere around here. I think this will do. Then I'm going to do a paragraph. Put a paragraph here. Why is it not aligning? Okay, now it's aligning. Paragraph. Okay, I'll change the font from 24 to 18. Oh, this is not the font. Oh, it's not, it's 36. I'll do 24. Oh my days, the seagulls, I hate them so much. Okay, I'll just copy this lorem with some text like so. Now you can align this a bit more upwards. Okay, now I can remember those icons that we've copied. This one. Okay, I'll copy these icons here and paste them here. Okay, so I need this right here. I'm going to change the color to, I don't know, this one, and then I'll do text. So for the text, I'm going to mobile number. Mobile number. Okay. Mobile number. Yeah. Mobile number. Control G. Select the icon in the text. Control G. And then you duplicate a few times. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, something like that. Okay, and then the icon that we want for this one, actually the first one. So for this one, I think I'll use the calendar. Delete, and then you do blue, and then you can do something like age or something, whatever you wish to put here, age, and then do this, age, and then you can do location, change the color. This is going to take a while, but that's the process. Location, okay, delete the mobile number. We can do school. Instead of doing that, you can just do this. Okay, or education, I don't know, education, I don't know, this one I can just go this one. Degree. And then we can have an email. So this one is email. Okay, so we have mobile number. So we can do service here. Okay, service degree. Alright, so now we can create some text for age. I'll start somewhere here, so make sure it's matching, right? Age, I can do 25. Location, I can do I don't know, London, United Kingdom. Okay, yep. Actually, we don't have enough space for that. We can just do London. Education. degree, do computer science, this is not science spelling. lorem@gmail.com. Zero, something like this. And then for the service, you can put anything. You can do freelance. Okay, I'm going to turn off the grid. Okay, frame to the grid, I'm going to hide it, and then I'm going to select this one. Freelance. Oops. Age. Oh, why is this in a group? The freelance. Let me see what I need to group. Group 19. What else do I need to group up here? Okay, select everything. Make sure you group everything. So now I can group the whole thing. Okay, Ctrl G to group this whole thing. Okay, and then move this a little bit up. Okay, because now I need to create some buttons. So these buttons are going to have the primary color and a bit of a border radius and a text of download CV. Make sure you center the text and then group the text and the button. Okay, and then duplicate this button. Send email. Okay, like so. Now we have our buttons. This doesn't look right. Let me do a grid again. So instead of putting it a bit far, we can bring it a bit closer to the text. I mean closer to the name. Okay, I think this looks a bit better, but if we do our coding, it's going to look way better than this. Way better. Okay, I can't believe they're doing construction work at this. It's 3 a.m. and they're making a lot of noise outside. I thought I'd make these videos around this time because during the day there's no way I'll make a video here. Okay, so now I'm going to hide the grid now. Okay, this looks a bit, it's okay. Now we just need to move on to another section. Okay, I will see you on the next section. Okay, now let's work on the services section. I'm going to create a new sketch again. Okay, make sure it matches the about page width. Now scroll down. So this one we're not going to give it a fixed height, but I'm going to change frame 3. This is a bit distracting. I'll put a dot. Okay, so now I am going to change the background color to something like F9. Okay, F9. So now, this will be our services section. So let's copy the title, duplicate the title and put it down here. And again, we need to do the grid, layout grid, columns. I think I used 16 last time, didn't I? 16, yep. Oops. 16, okay. Something like that. Alright, so now let's create a service card. Okay. Something like this. Let me see what fits, because I need to have 3 of these. Okay, I think this size is fine, this one. Okay, let's see if we're going to have 3. Okay, yeah, this size is fine. So the width is 325 pixels with 516 pixels, and the height is 347 pixels. Okay, now I'm going to add the grid layout, and now let's work on the service section. I'll put a bit up. Okay, now I think I'm going to give it a color of white and a bit of some effects, drop shadow, move a bit X on the X-axis and a bit on the Y-axis, and increase the blur and reduce the opacity to something a bit subtle. I think I'm going to reduce the blur to something like 2, and spread I'll do 2 as well. Oops, and put the opacity something like 3, blur a bit more up as well, spread 1, something subtle like this. I think works fine. Okay, I'm going to shape the corners a tiny little bit. Okay, I think this one looks fine. So what I'm going to do now, I'll make a shape. Okay, like this. the primary color, but I'm going to reduce the opacity to 50%, and I'll do the top right corner. Okay, oops. I think I should be able to double click this to do a corner radius. It should show both sides. I don't know why it's not. But hold on. I'll fix it. I don't know why it's not showing all corners. Huh. Okay, never mind. We'll fix it later. Don't worry about this. It's not an issue. Okay, now you copy this again, duplicate, rotate 90. Okay, something like this. You can put this actually a bit down here. Like so. You can, oops, make it a bit thicker as well. 9. Uh, 9. Okay. Something like this. Then I'm going to add a title. Copy this title, duplicate. Oops, where did I put it? Okay, now put it here. So this one is going to be on the medium, and I'm going to change the font from 34 to 28, I think, or 25. Something like this, I don't know. 22, whatever you see fit, and then you put the title. So this is going to be web design. I wish I could put some icons as well for this one, but it should take a lot of time to put some icons, so I'm not going to be bothered to put some icons. Okay, and then we need a paragraph, copy paragraph, or you can just put your own lorem ipsum paragraph, whatever you see fit. All right. I think I'll reduce the line height. Okay. Web design. Okay, and then I'm going to copy this again. It's too much. Copy some of it. too much still. Yep, something like this. And then I can do read more. Change the color to our primary blue color. All right. I'm going to group this, Control G, so I can move this around. And then up here I can add text. I can do 0, 1. Something like this. Zero, 1. I think I don't know. I'll give it a primary blue, which is more. Oops. $17. Yep. $29. All right. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to group the whole thing together. Okay. Oops. Control G. Now the whole thing can be moved. I'm going to duplicate this. Okay, now let's see our grid. Okay, oops, now. Oops. Okay, now everything will be fine. I'm going to hide the grid again. Okay, I'm going to group these three services. Oops, group the wrong thing. Yep, now Control G and Control D to duplicate. Something like this. All right. Now we have the services. Change the title. Services. Services. Okay. Development. Graphics. Design. Back and development, something like this, and then you can do UI design, and finally you can do something like, I don't know, WordPress or something. Alright, now we finished the service section. Let's move on to make some progress bars for our profession. I'll make a container for our progress bars. Okay, think something like this will do for progress bars. Okay, I'll just do this. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is do a progress bar. So the color, the background color, I'll do or this one, the black one. Background color, and then change the border radius of 0, this one, and then this one, this will be 15, and then 15. Alright, or actually you can do 20 and 20. Okay, and then you can oops, I need to make this from here all the way up to here. I think the height is fine like this. Yep, it looks fine. And then duplicate and then reduce the width and change the color to the primary blue color. Alright, now you can group these two, Ctrl G, and then I'll put a text above it. It's going to be web development Okay, there it is. Web development. Alright, this progress bar looks way too long. Let me reduce it a bit. Yeah, something like this. Perfect. Okay, so now we have web development, progress bar. Alright, web development, Control G, select everything. So oops. So select the progress bar and the web development title, Control G, and then Control D to duplicate the whole thing. Then change the name from web development to web design. Okay, oops, I've missed something. I need the text, and I also need to change the color of this one. I'll make it a bit lighter. Oh, I cannot see the effects because of the oops. Control D, duplicate. So for this one I'll do 75% and reduce the font size from 22 to something like 17 or 16. Okay. Or you can just center it, and then the color for this one is going to be, this one I'll do 70% opacity or 60. We can always change later if you don't like it. And then select the progress bar, the text like this, and then Ctrl G to group the whole thing, and then Ctrl D to duplicate. The other one is going to be web design. $85 or whatever, $89, whatever you see fit. Control D again. So this one is going to be graphics design. And then finally we have I don't know, something like backend development, and then 70%. The seagulls, man, they don't shut up. Okay, so now I'm going to increase the width, the height, I mean, of the section. I'll increase the height a little bit, something like this. Then I'll delete this the background, and then change the progress bar width. Okay. Okay, whatever you see fit. So this is just a rough idea of our design. Okay, so you can just change the titles to whatever you see fit. Okay, I'll copy this, Control D. Okay. Something like this, and then I need a bit of a title. I'll copy this one here, Control D, duplicate, 22. Oh, this one is Poppins. It's a different font. But okay, never mind, let's keep going. So this one is 26. I have been in the technology industry long time. Okay, change the font to Monserrati. You know what, I'm not going to waste any time changing the font. You can do that on your own. I'll just change the color to something like, I don't know, what color am I using here? Okay, it's the same actually. Alright, something like that. And then I've been in that technology industry, something like this. medium, regular. Okay, fine. Okay, everything is aligned. All right. For this section, I think technology. That's not the spelling for technology, but okay, technology industry. All right, so that's it for this section. I'll see you on the next section. Okay, so now let's work on our portfolio section. As usual, create a new frame and make sure the width matches with other frames as well. I'm going to put a dot for now. I'll change the title later. Okay, so for this one, the background color is going to be white, so it's going to be slightly different to this one. Okay, so for our portfolios, we need to copy the title here, so duplicate this. Why is it? What's going on? Okay, so let's see our grid system. Go to the grid, layout grid, columns, and then I think it was 16, was it? Yep. So this is going to be our portfolio section. Portfolio. Okay, and then for portfolio, what I'm going to do is I'm going to take one of these designs. Oops, I'm going to duplicate this rectangle 11, this one, the background here. Ctrl D to duplicate, and then I'll put it inside our portfolio. Oops, where is it? Then you put it down here. Where is it? Yep, here it is. Okay, so but for this portfolio, I'm going to put an image. Okay, for now I'm going to turn off the grid. Okay, I want to put an image on this portfolio. So to get our images, you know, the website I showed you yesterday, Pexels, we can get some web dev we just get random images. Okay, I don't know where this is going. Containing folder. I'll move it to the images. Okay, I'm also going to download another image. Download. And then I'll move it to our folder, and I'll download one more. I think I'll just go with this one. Doesn't matter really, whatever images you want to use, because when I'm doing the coding, I'm going to use different images as well, so it doesn't matter what to use for now. Okay, so what I'm going to do is select an image, file, and then place image. Okay, and then place the image, and then we need to make sure these corners are slightly rounded like this. Okay, so for this one I'm going to duplicate this and duplicate again. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring back the grid system. Oops, I want to align everything. Okay, everything is aligned properly. Now I'm going to hide the grid again. Okay, so once the grid is hidden, I want to give this a bit of an overlay. Duplicate this again, so there's another duplicate, so it's like an overlay. I'll put an overlay on top. I'll remove the image, but the overlay is still there, so I'll put a fill color. The color is going to be this blue, the one that is light, so when you hover it will be this blue color. Okay, I'm going to increase the I'm sorry, I'm going to increase the opacity from 50 to 70, something like this. When you hover it will turn into this color. Okay, and then I'll copy this title, duplicate this title, I'll take it outside. I'll reduce the font to 28. I think 28 works, or 26. Okay, 26, and then change the color to white, so it'll be like portfolio on your hover. And then I'll select a square, actually a rectangle, like this. So for this one it's going to be web development. So the color is going to be the same as well. It's going to be white. And then I'll make it rounded a little bit. I think I will reduce the width and the height a little bit. Okay, so now I'm going to this is, the height is too much. I'll put 2 pixels. Okay, I think 2 pixels is fine. And then I'm going to add a text. So the text is going to be, I don't know, you can say something like I don't know, website, I don't know, gallery website. I'm sorry about the noise from outside, guys. I'm so sorry. I think it's a helicopter going above me. I don't know where it's going. And then I'll do 16. I'm pretty sure I've been using 16 or 17, but it doesn't matter, whatever you see fit. Gallery website. Okay, I think this looks fine. And then for these ones, they're not going to have any hover effect, because it's pointless if we put the hover effect on all of them. Okay, so something like this. Okay, make sure you select all of select these 3. Oops, select these 3 and then Ctrl G to duplicate them, and then give them a bit of space like this. Okay, and then you do the same. Make sure you group the title and everything. Okay, group everything. Rectangle 14. Control G. Okay, this is now a group. Okay, so our portfolio is done. I think we might need to do a review section, but I'll see how that goes. Okay, but for now there's no need for that. We can do another section. I think for this one we're going to do what other section? Blog section. Okay, so for the blogs we're going to duplicate this frame, Control D. Okay, oh, it copied everything. Okay, just delete everything in here, and then just take the frame and put it down here. Okay, so this is going to be for the blogs that we're going to use for this one. So this one is going to be slightly shorter, okay, because these blogs are not going to take my space. Okay, duplicate the title, and then you put it down here. Do the same for the grid so we can line up everything properly. Okay, something like this. Blogs. Okay, so for the blogs I will actually, you know what, I'll copy one of these rectangles up here. I'll duplicate one of these rectangles. Okay, I'll bring it here. But there's a twist. Okay, make it a bit longer like this. Okay, yeah, something like this. And then I'm going to remove the image, and then I'll give it a fill color. I'll hide the grid again, and I will put a rectangle, and then I'll place an image. If I place image, I don't know, this laptop here, and then I'll give it a border radius. I don't know what border radius I've used. 15 border radius. Okay, same for this one, 15. Alright, so now we're going to give a fill color. It's going to be white. Okay, fill color of white. And then in here I'm going to put another rectangle. Okay, oops. Okay, like this. So this rectangle, I'll give it a background color later, but for now I just need to add some text. Okay, so this one is going to be I don't know, June 10th. Alright, so let's look for the operator, or because it's not available on my keyboard, so I have to search it up. Operator. Oops. I'll just copy these two pipes. You know what, I could have used I instead of doing that. I'm such an idiot. Okay, and then I'll do 2019, and then by whoever, Lorem. Regular. Okay, like this. Then the category is web dev. Okay. Change the color to our primarily blue color. Okay, these ones, I don't know, yeah, something like that. Something like that. And then change the background to back to white. Alright. So for this text, I want it to be, yep, right here at the beginning. Okay. And then after the text, I'm going to have a line, a divider. So you can have a divider. So this divider is going to have, I think it's this one. Yep. You know what? Let me see if I can. You know what, never mind. I was thinking to like, hold on. I want to double click this line. I was thinking to make it as a curved line. Nah, just leave it as it is. Okay, just leave it as a straight line, or you can make it curved. I don't know, it's up to you. Okay, so now we need a title. How to use such, how to use such engine optimization efficiently. I don't know if my spellings are correct, but it doesn't matter. Alright, so for this one I'm going to change the font from 16 to something like 18. Okay, to make it a bit more powerful. Or instead of 18, just leave it 16, but I'll make it a bit bolder, like medium. Okay, and then after that we just need to add a bit of text, or copy some text up here, this one, and then I'll just paste it here. So this text 16. I hate seagulls. Alright, and now just copy this text, duplicate this text one more time, then just type read more, then change the color, actually decrease the size of the text box, and then change the color to our primary blue color, and then dot. Okay, something like this, and then group everything, Control G, okay, something like this. Actually, I think I'll change the color of this font to something like, oops, this is too dark. I don't know, I'm not just looking for something nice, you know, a nice color. Hold on, let me go on Google and look for a nice color. Okay, let's try this. Okay, I think this one is better. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is group everything together. Okay, now this, oops, okay, everything, make sure it's Control G to group everything together. Alright, so I'm going to now duplicate the blogs and duplicate again, and then now let's see our grid. Alright, oops, okay, make sure it's 23, 22. Let me see why it's 22. Oops. It doesn't matter if it's 22, but anyway, make sure just make sure everything is equal. Okay, so now I'll just change a few images. Place an image. Okay. How to this blog will teach you efficiently secure your web apps, something like that. Alright, I'll leave this text as it is. Okay, so now I think I'm just going to do a final section, which is going to be a contact section. Okay, I'll copy the frame, then change the color to white. Just delete this, change, oops, the color to white. Okay, so this is going to be contact. contact. Alright, so for the contact, I'm going to duplicate this, then I'll say get in touch with us. Okay, and then we'll do something like this. Oh, it's in the, should be outside. Okay, so this one, reduce the width, and then remove the fill color, and then I'll put in a stroke, 1 pixel. Color is going to be subtle grayish color. Let's see how this works out. Something like this, and then I'll give it border radius like 4, 5, something like that, and then I'll put a text inside. Full name, okay, I'll do regular. Oops, 16. All right. Yeah, I think something like this works. And then I'm going to Control G to group everything, and then I'm going to duplicate this. One. Yep. I think actually I need it one more time. Okay, so we have full name, enter your email, we can do quotation. I don't know if that's the spelling for that. No, quotation. I don't even know the spelling for quotation, but it doesn't matter, whatever you see fit. And then this one is your message here. Okay, then I'm going to increase the height of this a bit more. Okay, and then remember our buttons up here. I'm going to copy one of this button, and then I'll paste it down below. So this one is going to be send message, and then I'll make sure it's centered. Okay, now the text is centered. Okay, now let's go on the right side. For this, I'm going to do a container. I'm going to turn on the grid so I can get a guide. Oops. All right. Something like this. That's it. I'm going to hide the grid again. I'm sorry for the noise outside. It's seagulls, they're everywhere. On the roof, outside, I don't know, just every outside. They just make a lot of noise all day, all night. They don't stop. Okay, I'll get some icons. Not this. Oh, no, the icons are here. So for the icons, I'll get all of these, and then I'll come back, and then I'll paste them down here. I'll change the colors to this primary. Actually, I think I have some icons that I'm going to use for this one. Yeah, this whole section here. I'll copy this one, then I'll paste it here. Okay. So for age, I don't need age. I'll delete the age. Okay, so this is more into like social and contact. So education, don't need it here. Degree, don't need it. Okay, this is mainly about social. Okay, I'll plug in the YouTube. Actually, instead of deleting those, I'll just Control Z to go back. Okay, I'll just replace the icons. So for the YouTube, I'll take the YouTube icon and put on degree, and then just change degree to something like, I don't know, YouTube. Then that's my YouTube channel, universal channel. Maclinz is, oh, it's overlapping, so I'll just do maclinz universal, and then I'll delete the book icon. Alright, also I'm going to change the color. Oops, select everything here. Change the color to our primary. Okay, so after that, what do we have? We have Facebook. 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 Maclinz. So okay, we can email, change the service icon to Twitch. Oops. Twitch. Okay, for Twitch, I have no Twitch. I'll just give it a name. And then I'll copy, duplicate this, then this is going to be WhatsApp. WhatsApp. Okay, something like this. So the first one is going to be GitHub. GitHub. Okay. Maclinz. Okay, I think that's it. I don't want to waste any more time adding more contact information. You can add anything that you see fit. Okay. Oops. Now let me see if everything is grouped. Control G. Okay, I'll just leave it as is for now. Okay, you can also reduce the font size. This is too big, but I'll just leave it like this because I don't want to waste any more time trying to fix it. Because our final product, when we do the coding, it doesn't look like this. It's going to look a bit more stylish and different than this. So this is just to give us a guide. Okay, let me see the grid. Alright, so after this, the contact, I'm going to have a footer. So for the footer, I won't be bothering doing another frame. I'll just do a rectangle instead. Okay, so for the footer, it won't be that much of a big deal. It's going to be a black color. Okay, then the footer, I'll just add a text. The color is going to be white, or a bit white, not 100% white, but just a little bit close to white. Okay, I think this, yeah, works fine. So do at 2021 lorem ipsum. All rights reserved. Okay, designed by lorem ipsum. Okay, something like this. Okay, or you can align center this text. You can do something like this to make it look, you know, yeah, I think this looks better. And then what you can do is to here. Doesn't matter where you put this one anyway. Remove the fill color and then do stroke, change the color to this, and then do a radius something like this. Okay, reduce the size, and center this like so. Okay, so I'm going to create a polygon like this. It's an arrow going up, so when you click, you scroll up. Okay, something like this. When you click, you scroll up the website. Alright, I think, yeah, that's it for our design. It's going to look far better when we do the coding bit. Yeah, but I think in terms of the design for our guide, yeah, this is it. So during our coding, we're going to change all these images to something else, but this was just to give you a guide. Okay, yeah, I'll see you in the coding series. Okay, so now let's start building our website using code. So to do that, I'm going to use Microsoft Visual Studio Code, VS Code. So this is the text editor that I am going to use. You can use any text editor that you want to use. So just download VS Code from here, and then after you download, just install and then follow the instructions. After following the instructions, and then everything will be done. And then open VS Code, and then you have something like this, an empty folder, or you can create a new folder from a desktop, and then you click File, and then Open Folder, and then you open the folder where you want your project to be. So in this case, I am going to use, I can't remember which folder I've created. 1 second, I'm looking for the folder. I think, oh, okay, I'll just create a new folder for now. So this is going to be portfolio project. Okay, so then I'll open the folder. I've created a folder before, but I can't remember where I've saved the folder. Okay, oh, I've named it to first website, but it doesn't matter. Okay, so now inside the portfolio project, I'm going to create a new folder. It's going to be called image, and then I am also going to create a new file. It's going to be index.html, and then another file. It's going to be style.css. Okay, right. So we also need to download a few things as well. I need the font that we used, Google Fonts. So the font that I've used in the design, I think was called Montserrat. This one. I'll copy 100. I might need to use that thin 100, and then 300 as well, and then regular 400, and then 700, I think. Okay, so copy everything from here. The link, just copy this whole thing. Copy, Control C to copy, and then you go to VS Code inside the index.html. Okay, so before I paste anything, go to the extensions here, and then download HTML support. So install this HTML support. Okay, after installing this, you'll be able to create a boilerplate without doing anything. So you hold Shift and 1, and then you press enter. Now you have created the boilerplate for the website. So I'll change this to my portfolio. Okay, now we have a boilerplate. So now remember, we've copied the font. Now Ctrl V to paste everything here. We've copied from the Google font. Tab, you press tab to space like this, tab. Okay, so I am also going to copy the font family. Copy the font family, and then I'll go back to VS Code. Oops, I'll go back to VS Code. Oh, this is my, I think I'm inside my email. I'm going to close this page. Okay. So now I'm going to link this style CSS. So type link and then press enter, and then inside the href you type style.css. okay, style.css, and then inside the CSS I want to click star to select everything. I'm going to give everything a margin of 0. So by default there's a bit of margin. Okay, I'll show you what it looks like before I change anything. Okay, so I'm going to run this website. Actually, we need another extension. It's called live server. So this is the one. Just install this live server. Okay, after installation we will be able to run this website using the live server. Alright, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to open this website with live server. Open, right click, open with live server, then I'll put it here. This is what we have on our website. Nothing much really interesting. Okay, so now I'll show you what I was talking about. So if I do body and then change the background color to red, just to demonstrate. Actually, it's not in the body, not the body. So for example, if I were to create something here, let's say box, if I do like dot box, if I were to select the box inside the CSS, if I say dot box and then give it a width of 100% and height of 100 VH, it will cover the whole viewport width, viewport height, so which means the whole height of the screen. And then I'll give it a background color of red. Okay, if I do so, as you can see, there's a spacing around the container. So we want to get rid of this space, so it's the margin and padding around it. So by default we want to have a margin of 0, margin 0, and then the spacing disappears. Okay, we also need to give a padding of 0 as well. By default I want everything to have a padding of 0 and a box sizing to border box, and then list style to none. I'll show you as I go what this means. Okay, now I'm going to remove this box, delete everything inside the box, and then delete everything in here. So what I'm going to do now is copy the font family inside the selector here. So I want everything to have this font family, Montserrat. Okay, so now let's start by getting our images inside our project. Okay, so I'll look for the images. Okay, I can't remember which folder. Okay, so this is the folder of the images, but these images are too big. I need to reduce the size. So look at this, it's like 1.6 megabytes, 1.3 megabytes. This one is 4 megabytes. So I'm going to right click and then edit. Okay, so look how big the image is. I'm going to reduce, I'm going to resize I'm going to resize. So I'm going to go to pixels and reduce this to 900 pixels. Make sure you maintain the aspect ratio so everything is gets scaled properly. Okay, and then okay, now the image is way smaller. So this is very good for our performance on the browser. I think I'm going to reduce this a little bit as well. I'll put 700 to make our website really efficient, and then I'm going to save. Okay, when I save, I'm going to also change the name of the image. I'll just say about. I think it's the about image, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, it is about. So this one, edit, resize, pixels, I'll do 1000, and then I'll save. Okay, and then I'll change the name. I'll change the name to portfolio 1 or something, because I'm going to have multiple images of the portfolio. So this one, I'll do the same for this one. I'll resize, pixels. I'm sorry about the seagulls. They don't stop making noise. Okay, I'll do 900, and then I'll save, and then I'll rename it to BG. Alright, okay, I'm not going to, okay, I think I'll just do everything now instead of doing that later. Resize 800. Okay, I'll rename this to laptop. I'll edit and then change this to something like 500 because this is a small picture, and then you save, and then you rename it to avatar. You can delete this, and then do the same for the security. Okay, security, $700, and then you save. No. Okay, can't remember which folder it is. I'm looking for a folder which I've saved these images again. Okay, I found it. Yeah, security, that's the image that we want. Security. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to open the containing folder, find in folder. Oh, not find in folder, actually it's view in Explorer, review in Explorer, in File Explorer, and then in here I'm going to paste in our images inside the image folder. Okay, as you can see now we have the images inside the project folder. Okay, so now let's start doing the coding. So inside the coding, remember we've downloaded some extensions that we're going to use for this project here. So if you need more extensions, you can do CSS Support as well. HTML, CSS, actually it's both HTML and CSS. Okay, so with those extensions, what we can do is if I type header, so creating a header, and then dot header, giving it a class. So a class is like a selector, it's like a reference to select this header element. Okay, so now I've created a header. So the header is where our navigation and our hero section is going to be. So I'm going to do a dot, and then actually I'm going to do section, or actually instead of a section I'll do as a navigation dot navigation. Okay, we're going to give it a class, and then after the navigation we actually have the header. Okay, so instead of putting the header in here, I can put it after here. I can do main, and then main dot main content. So if I go to Figma, it's Figma. I don't know why it's not opening Figma. One second, I'm just looking why. Okay, never mind. So the main content, yeah, you know what our main content looks like. Okay, actually let me find Figma. There it is. So alright, so this is our main content. We want this navigation position to stay fixed, and then this whole thing to scroll down. Alright, so let me start by doing the navigation. So select the navigation class. In that matter, you can select the header, actually header, and then you paste it here, dot header, to select the element. So if I use a dot, I'm selecting a class. So the header, I'm going to give it a width of 17 rem, the width, and then a height of 100 vh, and then position of fixed. So because we want it to stay on the same place, we don't want it to move, position fixed. And then a background color. So our background color is going to be like a dark color. Okay, so maybe hash 111, something like this. Okay, then you save everything, and then let's see. Okay, there you go. We have our sidebar. I think 17 rem is too small. Okay, we can always change it to something else, like maybe 20, something like 20 rem. All right, 20 rem. Let me see. Yeah, I think we just need a bit more. 23 rem. Okay, 23 rem, and then after that I'll do the main content. So for the main content, select the main content, and then you paste. So for the main content, I'm going to give it margin left. Margin left is going to be 20 rem. I'm just going to give it a background color of red. It's temporary for now. And then width 100%, width 100%, and then I'm going to give a mean height of 100 vh. So our minimum height is going to be 100 vh, 100% of the viewport. Okay, there's something wrong with the width. Remove the width 100%, and then you save. Okay, so now we have our main content. So let me show you something. So inside the navigation, if I put a header h1, I'll say blah 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 blah, whatever, and then I'll give a color of white to everything, color white. Okay, so as you can see, now inside the main, I'm going to add another text as well. So just to show you, we can scroll down if I save. So see, we can scroll down inside the main content, but the navigation is staying fixed. The position doesn't move. So that's what we want. We want the nav bar to stay fixed, so we want to move the body. Okay, so I'll remove this text. I'll remove everything. Yeah, so I was just showing you a demonstration. Alright, so now let's get on with our navigation. So for the navigation, we need three things. So I'm going to type .logo. It's going to be a div, and then in here we're going to have a logo image. So I'm going to export a logo. Remember, we created this dummy logo. I know it doesn't look nice, but you can use any logo that you want. I'm going to export. I'm going to export it as a SVG file. Yeah, and then I'll export. Okay, so new folder 2. I'm going to hide this because I might see some personal information that I don't need to see. Okay, what did I name the portfolio project? Okay, so I'm going to save inside the image. I'm going to name it logo. So it's going to be like logo.svg. So it's going to be like this, logo.svg, and then you save. Okay, and then cancel the group. So if I go to the actually it's not that. We also need to export these icons as well. So click one of the icon and then export. I'm pretty sure you can export in bulk as well. Let me see. Export PNG, JPEG. These ones we need them to be SVG. Okay, so name your first element. So my first icon is going to be Twitch. Folder image. Okay, I'm pretty sure everything is exported now. Let's see inside the image. So with the logo icon, oh, I've exported all the sizes. No, delete the icon folder. So if you export in bulk, it should export all the sizes. There's some other sizes you don't want them. Delete permanently. Yep. Are they being deleted or what? It's not deleting this folder. Okay, now it's gone. Delete this folder again. Okay, so I guess you have to export one by one. Okay, so I'm going to export these icons one by one. So you know how to export already. I'm not going to waste your time watching me to exporting everything. I'll stop the video and then I'll continue when I finish exporting. Okay, so I've finished exporting all the icons that we're going to use. So now let's start building our website now. Okay, so inside the source, I'm going to do image, then logo.svg, and then hopefully the logo will show like this. And then after that, we have ul another list .nav items. So for the ul, and then I'm going to do li a list, and then a anchor tag. So for the href, just put a hash. It doesn't lead us to anywhere. So for the first one is going to be our home, and then I'll copy this 2, 4, 5 times. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then this is going to be about services portfolio. And then blogs. I'm pretty sure that's the order I've done it. And then contact. Okay, so this is the whole thing right here. So after that, after the nav, we have footer icons dot footer icons, or actually you can do nav icons. Okay, then I'm going to put them in a container called icons. Okay, so they're inside a container. So what I can do is do an image, and then I'll do image, and then I'll start with Facebook. I can change to Twitter. Do I have Twitter in here? No. Twitch then. Twitch. WhatsApp. Slack. GitHub. Yeah, that's fine now. Okay, there you go. Everything is looking neat. So what we can do now is, so now you can inspect the element. Right click here on this logo and then inspect, so we can view how everything is working out. So logo, navigation, header. So this navigation, hold on. So we have the header. So the header, the height is 100 VH. Okay, so if I do display flex, everything will be displayed side by side. Oh, the seagulls. So the logo, oh actually I want the flex to be, oops, this logo, these nav items, the logo that is supposed to be inside here after the UL. Okay, now you save. Now if I refresh, I want right click and then inspect. I want this navigation to have a height of 100%. So now the height is 100%, it's taking the whole height. Okay, select navigation, give it a height of 100%. So once you give it a height of 100%, and then you can now select the navigation, and then you do display of flex. Everything will be displayed side by side. Okay, as you can see, everything is side by side, but I want everything to be like in a column. I mean to be like one column, everything to be one column. So to do that, I want to say flex direction to be column. So everything is going to be in a column. And then justify content space between. Okay, space between. So look at everything now, everything is spaced between. Okay, after that I'm going to give a padding. So top and bottom, I'm going to give a padding of 2 rem, top and bottom. So spacing top and bottom. Actually I think I'll increase that from 2 to 3 rem to 3 rem. I think instead of doing top and bottom 3 rem, I just give everything a padding of 3 rem. Okay, so 3 rem. I think that'll be all for now. Just copy all these styles now. Copy, Control C, and then navigation, and then you copy everything, and then you save. Okay, now we have all the styles applied. So now let's start with the nav items first. Okay, so for the nav items, select nav items, okay, and then you can do li. So the nav items li, so nav items, the li, that's what I'm selecting. Okay, so this li, I want to give it a padding, which means the spacing. Top and bottom is going to be 1 rem, top and bottom, and then left and right it's going to be 2 rem. Actually, left and right is 0, just top and bottom, so everything is spaced like this. Okay, and then after nav items li, I'm going to select the anchor tag a. I'm going to give a color of inherit. It's going to inherit the color that is coming from the body, which is white. Okay, it's going to inherit the color. So I want the text decoration of the anchor tag, text decoration, to be none, so it doesn't have that lines that we're crossing under. Okay, so I think I'm going to increase this font weight to something like I'm pretty sure we did 700. I think 700 is too much. I think we did 300 as well, or 400. Let me see. Okay, no, 400 is not there. We do 300. It's too thin, so 500. I can't remember. I'll just leave it on 500 for now. Yeah, but the font size, I think we need to increase this a little bit. So for the font size, I'll go in the body, I'll do font size. By default, I want the font size to be 1.2 rem. To be okay. So that's how the font size looks. But I think the padding, the spacing is way too much. I'm going to reduce this from 1 rem to 0.7 rem, so it doesn't look that much. Yeah, I think something like this will do. Okay, and then now what I'm going to do now is I'll put that divider. So I'll do border bottom. So I'll do it on the li, which is the list border bottom, 1 pixel, solid, and then red. It's a temporary color. Okay, so this is like our divider. Okay, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to change the color of this divider. So I'll go to Figma, I'll look for the divider, this color of the divider. I'll copy this color, Ctrl C, I'll go back to VS Code and then replace this red color with, oh, don't forget to put a hash, C4. Okay, I'll minimize this. Oh, I think it's too bright, because in VS Code we can reduce the opacity like we did in Figma. Okay, still too bright. Reduce all the way down so they look a bit subtle. Okay, yeah, I think this is okay. And then I'll give a padding on inside the anchor tag as well, 0.2 rem, top and bottom 0 rem, left and right 0, left and right. Okay, I think this is somewhat okay for now. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to do these icons as well now. Okay, so for these icons, they are inside the icons, actually inside the nav icons. I'll select the nav icons, I'll do display, flex, and then align items to center, so to make sure everything is properly centered. Okay, I'll copy this as well. I think I'll do the same for the icons. I'll do dot icons. So I just want to make sure everything is nicely centered. Okay, so the icons are here. I'm going to align center, justify content. I can do space evenly or space between, whatever you see fit. Let me see why they're not spacing. So icons, so we need to define the width of the icons. So let me say, for example, width 100%. Now the icons will be spaced up. Okay, so we need to define the width 100%. So they're taking 100% of the parent container, which is the nav icons. Okay, so as you can see now, everything is spaced evenly. Or you can do space between instead of evenly, and then you save. Let's see the difference. Okay, as you can see, they are quite different the way they're spaced up, but I think I'll leave them space between instead of space evenly. Okay, so now let's fix the logo. I think the size, it might be too big. Actually, I'll just leave it like this for now, but I'll fix the home. On hover, remember our primary color, this blue color. I'll copy this. So I want that when I hover these elements, these anchor tags, they turn blue. So when I go back here, li, so dot nav items dot li a anchor tag on hover. So this is called pseudo element hover. So on hover, I'm going to give it a color. So the color is going to be hash, this blue color. So when I hover, okay, but everything's happening very quick, so I'm going to give it a transition so it becomes smooth when you hover. So if you want it to be smooth, you can do transition and then everything, which is not transform but transition, and then you can do O and then 0.4 seconds and then ease in and ease out. Okay, so everything will be slow to transition. So when I hover, it takes a bit of time to transition, but this transition I'm going to remove it from this from hover. Instead I'll put it in the anchor tag, so we can transition between easing in and easing out. So when I hover, transition, when I leave, it transition as well. Okay, so I want this this home page to be always blue by default. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to give it a class, a temporary class for now, because we're not using JavaScript in this course. So I'll just do something basic just to keep it stay the same. So instead this style, I'm going to change the color to this blue color. Okay, so you can do an inline style like this. Okay, so it's style and then color. Alright, so by default I just want it to stay like this. Okay, so now let's work on the hero section. Okay, so if I go to the main, I'm going to do a section and then dot hero, giving it a class of hero section. Okay, so for the hero section, it's going to have a height of 100 VH. So copy hero section and remove this distracting red color. Okay, and then down here we do the hero section. I'll put a comment up here. So if you want to comment in CSS, you do a slash ** slash, and then we do hero styles. Okay, so yeah, it's better to comment everything out so you know what you're doing. So this one, height, is going to be 100 VH. Actually, instead of height, you can do min height. So the minimum height is going to be 100 VH. Okay, 100 VH. And then width, actually don't define the width, but what you can do now is you can put a background image. Okay, so instead of doing a background image, I'll show you different ways to do this. You can do URL, and then you can do down. You can do / image, and then you can do bg. So this is the image that we have, our background image. Okay, but it's repeating. Look how ugly it is. So we can do background position to center, and then you can do background repeat, background to no background repeat to no repeat, then you can do background size to cover, oops, not contain but cover. So we want it to cover the whole screen. Okay, I think we might have reduced the resolution way too much, because the resolution is pixelated. I think we've reduced the resolution way too much, but it doesn't matter. You get the idea. You can use any high-res image quality you want to use. Okay, but I can see a lot of pixels from this image, but it's okay. We've reduced the quality, but it doesn't matter. Okay, so now we've done the background image. What we can do now is do another div. It's going to be dot avatar. So this is going to be where our avatar image is going to be. Okay, so we're going to have our image, and then it's going to be inside the image, and then it's going to be avatar.jpg, avatar, and then after that we have the hero text. Inside the hero text we have an h1. It's going to be lorem, and then a space, and then you do span, and then press enter. So inside the span I'm going to do ipsum. So what a span does is we can change a style of this ipsum text to make it different to lorem. Okay, I'll show you what that means later, but just follow what I'm doing. And then after the h1 I'm going to do a paragraph p, and then press enter. So this is going to be I am a web full stack web developer, something like this. Okay, or you can do like hi, I am lorem, something like this. Okay, so now as you can see everything is looking nice. So what you can do is select the hero section. So I think we already selected that. We can now do display flex. Okay, so display flex, and then align items to center, and then justify content. We want to center this on the x-axis, center. Okay, so now it's centered. Okay, so now let's make this image rounded. Okay, like we did in Figma. So to make sure this is rounded, we have to make sure that the image is equal. The width and the height are equal together to make sure everything is rounded. So let me show you, if it's not equal, what it looks like. So when I select the avatar, I want to select the avatar and then the image inside the avatar. So if I say border radius to 50%, it means you have to make it rounded. So look, it doesn't look that nice, isn't it? So we have to make sure the width and the height is the same. So to do that, let's go back to Figma. Remember we did this. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a square. I'll create a square. Okay, I'll increase the, this is not a square, but let me click again. Yeah, so this will be like a square. Okay, 425, 425. Nice square. So what I'm going to do in this square, I'm going to put the image that we're going to use. So I'm going to place an image. I'll take the avatar and put it here. So now what we all need to do is just export this image. So export avatar. So replace it. I don't know why it's not replace. Oh, never mind. So we need to do avatar. Just do avatar 2. Okay, and then save. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is to change from the avatar JPEG and then do avatar 2.png, and then when you save, now it's rounded nicely. Okay, now it's too big as well. Don't worry, we'll fix it. So if you go to the index, go to avatar, and then you do display flex. Select avatar, and then we're going to do display flex. Everything's going to be side by side. Okay, like this, side by side, and then flex direction to column, so everything is in a column. And then we want to align everything center. So and then align items to center and justify content to center as well, so everything will be like centered nicely like this. Okay, so now let's reduce this image size because this image size looks too big. Okay, what we can do for that is we can go to image and then we can do width, and then we can do something like 20%. It's too small. You can do 60%. Okay, I'm thinking 60% makes sense. And then what we can do is do border. Border is going to be something like 8 pixels, and then solid, and then hash this black color, and then I think you reduce the opacity all the way down. Yeah, okay, I think, and then I'll get it up a little. I think this looks fine. Okay, now let's work on the title. Okay, so I want this title to have some sort of a big font. So hero avatar, so hero text, so it's inside hero text. Hero text h1, which is we're going to do font size. I think 3 rem works just fine. Let's see what it looks like. Yeah, 3 rem will do. Okay, 3 rem, and then this hero text as well. We can select hero text, not hero, hero text, and then we do text align to center. So this will be nicely centered like this. Okay, so remember our span. So the span is inside the hero text. So if I do hero text dot hero text span, and then we change the color to our primary blue color, this one. Okay, so everything will change like this. Lorem, oh, it's only the sign I'm changing. Actually, we want to change the whole thing. We want the name to be inside here as well. Lorem, oops, lorem ipsum. Okay, I think this makes sense. Or you can change this color to something else, something more visible. I don't know, let me see. We can put it all the way up to be more visible. I don't know, it's not even more visible, but it's okay. Okay, so now I think this one, we just change the font weight a little bit. Hero text. So for the hero text, because this hero text, I want the paragraph to be different. So P, I'm going to do font weight of 700. I want this font weight to be strong. I think it's too strong. Do we have 600? No, we don't. Do we have 5? Okay, it looks thin, but it's okay. And then I think I'm going to do a padding on the H1. Padding top, giving it a space, 1 rem top and bottom, and then 0 left and right. So give it a bit of spacing. Okay, now that we finished with the title, now let's do a mouse here. Okay, you know what? I think what I'm going to do is I think I might add a linear gradient. We'll see. So now what we can do, inside the section, the hero section, I'll do a div dot mouse. Okay, a mouse div. Okay, so this mouse div, okay, so hero section, I'm going to give it a position of position of relative. So position of relative, it means I want all the children to stay in this parent element. So the position is relative. So if the position is relative, I can move any of these children inside the relative container. Okay, so I want to move the mouse around. So the mouse, I want the mouse to have a width of 3 rem and a height of 4 rem, and border is going to be 2 pixels solid white. All right, let's see where our mouse is. What's going on here? Oh, let me see what's going on. Position relative, what is it? Where did I put the position relative? Position. Oh, I see why. Okay, remove this position relative because we're using a display flex. Okay, so it's already in position relative already of the body, so there's no need to do that there. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is, see this mouse, I think it's too big as well. I'll reduce everything with 1 rem. So width 2, height 3 rem, like so. The height is too big as well. I'll do 2.5 rem, and then I'll do border radius. So to make the corners smooth, I'll do 30 pixels. Okay. Width 1.7 rem. Okay, yeah, and then I'll do position absolute. I want to position the mouse on any position inside the hero section. Position absolute, and then I'll do bottom. So on the bottom, I want 10. I want 2% from the bottom. I want to leave 4% of space from the bottom. Okay, 4%. So it will leave 4% space from the bottom. Okay, I want it to be nicely centered. Since it's inside the flex container, it will be automatically centered. Okay. So as you can see here, we're doing a display flex. Okay, so it's already aligned center as we did. So bottom 4%, or you can change that to whatever value you see fit. Okay, so the mouse, I'm going to put a dot inside the mouse. Oops. Okay, so mouse, and then I'm going to do a pseudo element. It's going to be mouse, oops, actually for the mouse, what is it? I'm going to put something in here. It's going to be dot instead of doing an after. So I want this dot, it's going to be inside the mouse. So I'll do dot, I'll do width 0.2 rem, same as height. Okay, background color red, it's temporary. Okay, did we save in here? Save everything. Okay, there it is. Okay, it's an absolute, so it's still there. Then if I do top, so I want the space from the top inside. Sorry. I'll inspect the element so you can see what I'm doing. So if I do select the dot, I want it to have 70% from top inside this little mouse thingy. So if I do top and then I'll do 70%, so it will leave 70% sorry, 70% of space from top. And then I'll do left. So left, I'm going to do 50%. Okay, and then I'll do border radius 50%, so everything is rounded. Okay, so it's now rounded. And then I'll change that to white. Oops, what? I'll change the color from red to white. Yeah. And then I want this to be nicely centered on this vertical line. I want it to be centered. So to do that, I'm going to do transform, and then I'm going to translate the x-axis. Yeah, I want to center this on the y. I want to center this on the axis. So I want this line to be on the center of the axis when it goes through. I want it to be on the center of the line that goes through. So transform, and then translate. I want to translate this to the x-axis. I want to translate minus 50% because I want it to be centered, minus 50%. Okay, as you can see, it's now centered. All right. So what I'm going to do is copy everything, all these tiles, and put it here, delete everything in here, and then just paste. Okay. So now everything is where it needs to be. So, but let's do a bit of an animation here on this dot thingy. So I'm going to create an animation. You do. I think I'll comment this dot animation. To create an animation, you do add keyframes. So the identifier is the name of the animation. I'll just do up, down, the name of the animation. The naming is up to you. Okay. So on 0%. Okay, I want the transform, translate the y-axis. I want the animation to move up and down, so it's the y-axis, the vertical line. Okay, so I want on 0%, I want it to be on the same place. I'll just do 0, and then I'll change the value from 0. Let's say 100%, actually 50%, not 500%, 50%. On 50%, I'm going to do I think going up is minus 6 pixels. and then on 100% I'll bring it back to 0. So this is just a test. Let's see how this is gonna play. And then inside the dot we do animation, we do the name, up, down, duration. I'll do 2 seconds and then infinite. I don't want the animation to stop playing, I want it to play forever. Okay, so the animation is now playing. Okay, so but there's something wrong going on here. It's moved out of place. So to do that, to make sure it stays on the same place, I'll do translate X as well. I'll keep it on -50%. I'll make it stay there. It's never okay, make sure it stays there. It's still not going back on its original place. I don't know why it's not going back. Let me see. 0% translate. Oh, it's Y. It's supposed to be X, not Y. X. So this is X. Okay, and then you save. Okay, now everything is centered. So the animation is playing. So what we can instead of -6. Okay, so what I'm going to do is minus 9 pixels. Let me see how far it goes. Okay, 9 is too small. 15 pixels. Okay. Yeah, I think this is okay. This is okay. Or we can also make it scale. Okay, we can do scale. Oops. Scale. I'll do 0. Scale, and then we can do 1.1, and then scale 1. Actually, not 0. We can do 1 here. So we want it to scale like that. Okay. All right. So that's it for the header section, for this header. So I'll see you in the next video where we're going to focus on the about section. Okay, I'll see you then. Okay, welcome. Now let's work on the about page. But before we do that, I forgot to add a linear gradient on this hero section. So oops, what I'm going to do now is I'm going to add a gradient. Okay, so inside before the URL for the image, background image, I'm going to do linear gradient, and then I'll do a comma. Separate, make sure you separate these two with a comma. Okay, and then you're going to do to bottom. So to bottom, I want the gradient to go to bottom. So my first color is going to be, let's say, white color, hash FFF, and then comma, another color, which is going to be hash 00. So it's going to start from top, going to bottom, starts with white color, and then to black color, going to all the way to the bottom. So this is my gradient now. Okay, go start from white, goes to 000, which is black. Okay, so that's the gradient, but it's overlapping on top of the image. So what to do is this white color, I'll give it opacity of 0. Okay, so now there's no white up here, so now we just have a black tint down here. I think this looks fine, or you can reduce the opacity a little bit to make it, yeah, I think this is fine for now. You can, I don't know, reduce the opacity to whatever you see fit for yourself. Okay, so now inside the index HTML, I'm going to create another section. This is going to be section dot about section. Okay, so this about section is going to also have a width not with a height, a min height of 100 VH. So okay, down here we can do a comment. We can do about section. Okay, once we do the about, paste about section, min height 100 VH. That's the minimum height that we're going to give this about, and then a background color of white. Okay, so there you go. Now we can scroll down. We have this about section. So now let's create a title. So I want to be able to reuse this title all over. Okay, so what I'm going to do now, I'm thinking if I should give this title with 100%. Okay, never mind. So what I'll do is I'll do main title. So I'll be able to reuse this title over and over again. So in here we have an H3 and H3, and we start with actually I think this will be a paragraph. Do you remember what we did in our designing stage? We put a paragraph on top. Okay, so I'll copy the color as well, the color. Okay, so this H3 is going to be, this one is going to be about May, and then this paragraph is going to be also, I don't know if the bold statement is still working, but let's see. So if you do B, it used to be bold. I don't know if it's still working now, but let's just put it to the test. So this one is going to be about me as well. I don't know if we did capital letters or small letters. Let me double check. Yeah, it's capital letters. Okay, so now we have the title, which doesn't, oh, it's white. I forgot that I put everything to white by default. Okay, so I'm going to do a padding. So a padding of top and bottom is going to be 5 rem. I think no, top and bottom is going to be 7 rem. Left and right is going to be 5 rem. So spacing, let me show you what I mean. So we're going to have space outside our container. I don't know why our container is overlapping. It's overlapping. Okay, let me see why. Let me check the hero. Also, the hero section is overlapping as well. All right. Let me see. Did I give it margin left section? Main content. Margin left 20 rem. Oops. Margin left 20 rem. So for the navigation, the header, oh, it's 23 rem. So the margin left is not supposed to be 20 rem. It's supposed to be 23 rem. That's why it's overlapping. Let's fix it. So I'm going to search margin left. Oops. Search margin left. Instead of margin left, I'll just do 20 rem. Yeah, margin left is 23 rem, not 20 rem. Alright, so everything will be perfecto. Okay, so what I'm going to do now is change the color of main title. I'll select main title down here, do main title. The color is going to be this one, main title. Oops, I need to make sure I'm selecting a specific element, which is H3. So the H3 is going to have like that color. and then we have a paragraph as well. Main title, which we're selecting a P, paragraph. So the color for this one is our primary blue color. I think it's this one. Yep. Primary blue color. Oh, I think the bold statement is still working. So I'll remove the bold statement. I don't want it to be bold. And then I'll save. Alright, now it's not bold anymore. So what I'm going to do is increase the font of the About Me. Font size, I think 2.5 rem will be in our best interest. Yeah, I think that's about it. 2.5 rem, and then P font size. I'll do this one 1.4 rem. Okay, decent. So now we have the H1. Okay, it's taking the full width. So this main title is taking the full width. Okay, so below that I'm going to have a container. So below I'll put a container. So this container is going to hold our image and the info. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to, after here, div dot about container. So in here we're going to have the image container. So this image, I'm going to give it a parent div, or just, yes, the about image. So for the out, you can leave this empty, or you can say about image. Okay, so after the about image, and then we have the right section, or the right about section. Right about section. So this will contain all the information on the right side. So the other one, we have a title. I think this seems to be like an H4 and H5. I'll do an H5 for this one. So H5, a header. So what did I put on the H5? My name is Lorem Ipsum. Okay, I'll do this. I'll copy this, but on Lorem Ipsum I'll do a span. Okay, and then I'll put, so remember that span we did. So I want all the spans by default span to have a blue color. By default I want all the spans to have this primary. So whenever I put a span, it is going to have this color. Okay, so now we have our image. All right, let's keep going. So what do we have? All right, so now let's go back to, my name is Lorem. Copy this, and then we do an H5. So this H5 is going to have a color of black. I'm pretty sure we did black color, didn't we? Black. And then after that we have a paragraph. So this paragraph, I'll copy the paragraph from what we did here, whatever we did here, and then I'll paste it here. Okay, paste the paragraph, and then you save. Everything is there, but the default color is white. That's why we don't see it. Okay, but we're going to change that color to a nice color. Let me go back to Figma, then copy the color of the font, and then by default you can set all the paragraphs to have this color. Then you can change the individual paragraph later on. So by default I want them to have like that color. All the paragraphs will have this color by default. So H5 H5 color black. So right here H5, hi, my name is, why is it not changing? Sec, is it sect or sec? I can't remember. Sect, I'm pretty sure. Alright, now everything updates. So now before we keep adding HTML, let's start doing the styling. What I'm going to do is I'm going to display flex the image and the about container. I'm going to select the about container, about section, and then about container. So display flex. Okay, it's going to do this side by side. Display flex, and then justify content space between, like so. Okay, so this image is so big. Okay, we need to reduce the size of the image. So what we can do is about container, and then we do image. Okay, and then we give it a height. Actually, we'll give it a width. Let's try 20%. Okay, increase the width. You can put whatever height you see fit, or 45. Okay, or actually, instead of using display flex, we can do a grid as well, a 2-column grid, like 1, 2, but it's okay, we can still do flex as well, anything that we want. And then we can do so now I want spacing between. Okay, so I can give the image, only the image, padding right, 2 rem maybe, or 3 rem. So I want on the right side to have space like this. Okay, I'll increase this to 4 rem. Alright, so we can have more space. Okay, so the H5, I'm going to change the font size as well to 2.5 rem. I think this makes sense. Too big, just 2 rem. I think will be fine. 2 rem, and then the paragraph. Yeah, the paragraph is going to stay the same, but I'll add more text. Okay, so I'll do hi, my name is, I'll copy this, and then I'll do span. By default the span is going to have that blue color. Okay, like this. My name is Lorem, and then after this I'll do a break. BR, it means break. So if you break, it means you skip a line, something like that. Actually, it didn't skip a line. So to skip a line, make sure you do break twice, and then you do break again, and then you do skip a line, like so. Alright, so now what I'm going to do is I'm going to give this paragraph a padding. So where's this paragraph? Main title P. No, it's inside the right above sect. Okay, sect, and then we do a paragraph, and then padding top and bottom. It's going to be 1 rem. So spacing top and bottom, and then 0 left and right. So left and right, it will be 0, top 1, bottom 1 rem, left and top and bottom. Okay, so now what we can do is do those social icons now after the image. Let me, we can also select the about container. The about container, I can give it a padding as well. So about container, oops, not the image, but only the about container. We can give it a padding. Top and bottom we can do 1.2 rem, and then left and right 0 rem. So we want a bit of spacing here between the about me and the image. I will increase that to 2.2 rem, so we can have more space. Okay, so the image, I can do border 8 pixels solid, let's say red. This is only for testing purposes. Border spacing to 2 rem. Let me see. Alright, the border spacing. Okay, so I want this to be, alright, 1 second, let me try to fix this. So remove the border, or what you can do is do border radius to 25 pixels. So the image is like, why is the border radius only? Border radius, image. I don't know why the border radius is not affecting these corners here. Let's find out what's going on. I think it's because of the padding. I see. Okay, let me see how to fix this issue. Alright, so what I will do is I'll go to image, padding right, I'll cancel, cut, and then what I'll do is I'll go to the right above sect, so I think I'll do padding left, isn't it? Left. So the spacing is like this. Okay, I think this will do. So now let's do the social icons. For the social icons, so the social icons below the right sect, dot, these are called about icons. Okay, so for the about icons, I'm just checking the reference. So we have the left and right side. Okay, so left and right, Alright, so dot left icons, and then we have right text. So for the right text, okay, let me see this. So for the icons, I'm thinking a nice way to do, I'll do UL and order list and then li. Okay, I'll put everything in an li in a list, and then I'll do image. Okay, so inside the image, I think oh, I haven't exported the icons yet. I haven't exported these icons, so bear with me here. I'll export everything. Make sure it's in SSVG, and then you export. Make sure you name it properly, same as here, so age, location, and something like that. Oops, change it from vect PNG to SVG, and then location, education, SVG, export, education, and then you do degree, vector, degree, and then we do email. It's going to be in SVG, all of it. Email, and then we do number. Oops. It's exporting multiple. I want to cancel this. Minus SVG and export, and then number, not number but number, and then service. All right, service. Okay, service done. Okay, so now I'll put this on this screen so I can use that as reference. So I'll start with age.svg. So I'll copy this 1 2 3 4 5 6 times. 1 2 3 4 5 6. So age, after age we have location, after location we have education, after education I think we have degree, after degree I think we have email, after email we have number, after number we have service. Okay, so now you save. Nothing is showing. I don't know why. Let's refresh this. Let me see what's going on here. Oh, well, they're appearing. I think I'm doing a display flex somewhere. Oh yeah, so they're inside the flex container. So the about container, it's a flex, right? So these icons are supposed to be inside the right about section. They're supposed to be in here, not outside. So what you're going to do now is take this right about icons, okay, and copy them. I think they end here, if I'm alright. Let me see where they end. So this, okay, cut, and then you paste after the paragraph tag. Alright, and then you save. So everything is now appearing, but they're oversized. Let's fix that issue now. Okay, so what I'm going to do is select left icons. So left icons, and then image. So I'm just going to give it a width of 20 pixels, something like that. I think we'll do 20. Oh, it's too small. Oh, I don't know why they're rounded. Image width 20 pixels, li. For some reason they're rounded. I don't know why. I can't even see the styles that they're inheriting. Left icons. Let me see why. Increase this from 20 to 40. Let's see what's going on. Still rounded. Okay, hold on. Width. I don't know why they're like this. Let me see again. Oh wait, image. Where is this 45% coming from? Border radius 25 pixels. About container. Wait. Whoa. Oh, so they're inside the about container. So the about container, I was meaning to manipulate this image here, but all those styles are being inherited on these little icons here. So let me look for that image, this one. Okay, so I want to select the first image. To do that, I'm going to use the pseudo element nth child. I think it's like nth child 1. I think selecting the first element. So I want to select the first image, not everything, only the first image. That's where I want these styles to apply to. I don't want those styles to apply to these little icons. So let me change the width to, again, 25 pixels. So they shouldn't be rounded anymore. What's going on? Save. Okay, I think that nth child is not working. Let me see why. Nth child. About container image. Okay, you know what? Instead of doing an nth child like this, we can always give it a class name. So this image is going to be class about img. So this about img, you can copy this class name, and then we can manipulate only this image using this class name. So I'll remove the nth child, then we can do dot about image, only that. Okay, I'd save here as well in the HTML. Alright, so now our icons are not inheriting those styles anymore. So now we can continue to style our icons. So the icons, I'll change it to 25 pixels. I don't know why it's 15. I'll do 25 pixels. Too big. Just tell 20. So yeah, I think 20 is a decent size. So I'll leave it like this. And then what I'll do is after this UL, I'll do another UL as well, and then li. So this li is going to have the names. So we start with the age, okay, education, location. We can actually do a paragraph in here, or we can do the li without a paragraph, whatever you see fit. But I'm going to do a paragraph because I've already given styles to the paragraph. Okay, it doesn't matter. So we start with the age. We do 34, 1 2 3 4 5 6. We do London, Brooks University, and then computer science, and then you can do any email. Ipsum at yahoo.co.uk, whatever, and then you can do a number 079 blah 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 blah, and then you can do freelance. Okay, freelance, and then you save. Okay, look at this, nice. Okay, I don't know why this paragraph, they have a padding by default. I didn't apply padding. Oh, this section. Okay, never mind, they're inheriting the padding from this section, but don't worry, we'll fix it. So what we'll do is I'll select the left icons. Left icons. Why the left icons? Right text. So this UL is meant to be in this right text. But you know what? It doesn't matter. I'll just remove this right text. I'll just do icons text, and then I'll take icons text. What I'll do is these two ULs, I'll do a display of flex to group everything side by side. Okay, display, and then we go flex. Okay, so this is not adding up because of the styles. These paragraphs are inheriting. Okay, so what I will do is icons text is I'll remove the padding. I'll put it to 0. Any padding 0. Okay, sure. So it doesn't inherit. It's still inheriting anyway. Oops, icons text. I want to select the paragraph. Alright, so now the padding is 0. So now everything is lined. So after that, what I would do is align items to center. Okay. Align items to center. I'll do that. I'll do the same for the icons as well. So these icons, icon text, UL, let me see these icons. Okay, icon text display flex. UL. Okay. So everything is working fine. So what I can do also is select icon text, UL, LI, UL, LI. I think this LI, I'll do display, flex, align items to center. I think this should, it's messing up our styles. Okay, don't worry about this. Okay, so what I'm going to do now, okay, is give these icons a bit of padding. 0.4 rem top and bottom, and then 0 left and right, and then we need to make sure we also do that to the text as well. Wait a second, I need to take this text, so image, there's something padding li. Okay, that's fine. So what I'll do is this paragraph, I'll do margin left 1 rem, and then 0. Oh, don't do anything, just margin left, like so, just a bit of spacing. Okay, yeah, something like this. I'm missing something. So inside the image, here in the image, I'll do a P, I'll do a paragraph. So this paragraph is going to be like age, and then another P, and then this is going to be location, and then we have education, I think we have degree, then email, degree, email, okay. Finally, I think email, so this is number, mobile number. Okay, so finally I think we have freelance service, and then you save. Alright, so here what we'll do is give this a class name, this first UL class name. This is going to be icons, I don't know, data, something like that. You can name this whatever. I just can't think of any name. Icons data, li. So I'm going to target the li, and then I'll do display, flex, then align items to center, and then you save. Okay, so now everything is coming out as we want. So I'll remove this slash. I don't know why this slash is here. Where is the slash? Okay, there it is. So margin, I remember I put a margin on the left, 1 rem. I will instead put it to 4 rem to make it a bit further. Oh, this all inheriting all the styles. 1 second. So what I would do, instead of making all the icons text paragraph inherit, icons text, so what I'll do is icons data, so I'll do icons data paragraph. So I think this one I'll do margin left of 1 rem. So only the icons data paragraph we wanted to have 1, but this one, the normal paragraph, we wanted to have 4 rem. Alright, so it's coming good. So the only final thing that we have to do now is just to add some buttons down here. Okay, so to add some buttons, okay, what I'm going to do, we're going to reuse these buttons, so make sure you give them some reasonable class names. Okay, so the buttons, I'll collapse this, I'll collapse it, icons text, about icons. Okay, I'll collapse the about icons. After that, that's where I'm going to add my buttons. So dot button container, so this is going to contain our buttons. So I'm going to do dot btn as well, btn again, btn, but this one is going to be a primary button, so just in case if you want to make different variations of the buttons. So instead of making this button a div, put it into an anchor tag or an actual button, but this, I'll put this as an anchor tag just in case if you want to send this button to an external website, or you want to download your CV or whatever, you can just link this button to any website. For example, if I just do www.google.com, so whenever you click this, it's going to send you to Google. So wherever you're storing your data, you can send this link to it. Okay, so this button, so the first one is going to be download CV. So download CV. Okay, so I believe we have 2 of these buttons. Okay, so the other one is going to be send email. So we're going to send some email with the second button. Okay, send email. So I'll copy the btn, go to the style, and then we do btn, and then we're going to give it a padding. Top is going to be 1 rem, top and bottom, and then 2 rem left and right. Background color, you know what it's going to be. It's going to be our primary, this blue color, and then font family, it's going to be inherit. Font size, it's going to be, I think, the same. Well, we can make it a bit bigger, actually 1.3 rem, something like that. And then the color is going to be white. Color white. Okay, so if you make the color white, so on hover, let me see, color white, yep, color white, and then btn text decoration, text, we want to get rid of the underline, decoration to none, so we don't have that underlining. Okay, and I'm going to give it a bit of a border radius, So this maybe 20 pixels will just do fine. Too much. I'll do 10. I just want it to be subtle. Yeah, 10. It is a bit too much as well. Just do 7 pixels, something like that. Okay, so what I'll do is I'll copy the button container and then I'll paste it down here. So as you can see, these buttons are overlapping inside the service. So we have to put the button container to display inline block. Okay, so though it didn't change anything, let's see why. Display inline block. Let's see why it didn't change anything. Let's see, display block inline. Okay, you know what, it doesn't matter. We're going to give it container top, and then you do margin top. We can do 4 rem, so you can just give it a margin of top 4 rem, or you can reduce it to 3 to make sure the spacing makes sense. Okay, I think this makes sense. All right, we can also do so it's already side to side, side by side, but what I can do, you know what, I think this spacing is okay. There's no need to put spacing here. You can always put spacing here, but that's up to you entirely. But I think this is fine for me, but it's entirely up to you to change to whatever spacing you see fit. Okay, so now what I would do is, I think, yeah, that's it for this about section. Let me check the reference to see if we need to do anything. Where's the reference? Okay, there it is, the reference. Yeah, I think that's pretty much it for the about section. I'll see you in the services section. All right. So if I need to make any changes, sorry, I'll let you know. I'll see you in the next video. Oh, this title paragraph is messed up. I just remembered I changed the color of the paragraph. So I'll go back to the hero section. I want it to have a different color. So this is in hero section. So do dot hero section paragraph. I want the color to be white. Okay, so I'm selecting a paragraph inside the hero section, which is this one. So the color is now white. Okay, I'll see you in the next video. Alright, welcome back. Let's continue where we left off. So this is where we left off currently. So now let's go to the let's open Figma. Okay. Oops, why was I zoomed in? So now we're going to the service section. So let's work on this section now. Okay, I'm going to minimize the page. In the index.html, after the about section, I mean below the about section, I'm going to create another section. So this is going to be section dot to create a class. So this is going to be services section. Services. Okay, so inside the section, I'm also going to need the title. Do you remember our title, this small title component that we have created? So I'm going to copy this, and then I'll scroll down, and then I'll paste it, and then I'll change the title from about me to the services. Okay, I'm sure it's capital letters. Services. Alright, services, and then I'll save everything. Oops. See, as you can see, there's some styles are not being applied. If I scroll down, look at the services. So we need to copy the styles from here, from this section, this padding as well. We want this padding as well around the service section. So to do that, I'm going to select the services. So I'll put a comment, and then I'll do services here, so we know where our services styles begins from. And then I'll do dot services to select the services class. First of all, I'll give it a background color, which is this hash F9, and then I'll save. So I want these sections, all of these sections, to have a padding around. So as you can see from the designs, we have a padding. It's consistent across the whole website. So I want this. I want the same as well inside our code. So I'll select this section instead of selecting individual service. So I'll just select every section, and then I'll give it an initial padding. So about container. Let me look for the padding that we've put in another section. What did I name it? So it's called about section. I have to find the about section. About section. Okay, there it is. I'll take this padding. I'll cut. I'll just remove it from the about section. So as you can see, there's no padding around this about section anymore. So I want to apply the padding across all the sections. So what I'll do is now I'll go to the services. So if you want to search something, just press Ctrl F and then type whatever you want to search. Okay, so for me in this case it's services, and then I'll paste in the padding inside the section. All of the sections that we're going to create maybe in the future will inherit this padding style. Okay, so if I save, now the padding is back. Now we also have the padding inside the services as well. Alright, so the services is going to have a mean height of 100 VH as well. 100 VH, that's our mean height. Alright, so as you can see, now we have a nice mean height. So now what we're going to do now is start creating the services elements. So these elements here. Okay, so let me get the ideal size. So the width, the ideal is 416 pixels. So to be able to create those services, I'm going to create a div. It's going to be service items, and then inside I'm going to do service item S, meaning service item. Okay, so inside the service item, what are we going to have? Inside the service item, we're going to have a paragraph. It's going to be 01. We're going to have an H. I think this should be an H6. So this H6 we're going to do web. I'm not sure if I did web development inside the portfolio, but it's okay. Development, and then after that we're going to do a bit of text. So I'll do lorem 15. So this will just generate me random lorem ipsum text. So you can do, yeah, something like that. We'll see how it goes, or maybe we might need to add anything. We'll see. And then I'll do an anchor tag that leads to nowhere. If I put hash, it means it doesn't go anywhere. And then I'll do read more. Then I'll do dot, and then I will save everything. Okay, as you can see, everything appears. So now what we need to do is style this thing. Actually, what I will do is I'll copy this a few times. I think 6 times. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Actually 5 times, because we've already created one item already. So there you go. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. So we're going to display this thing into a 2x3 grid. Okay, so let's create a grid. So what I will do is I will select the service items. I'll copy the class and then do display and then grid, because we want everything to be in a grid. So to be able to specify that we want 3 columns and 2 rows, you do grid template columns, and then we're going to repeat that. So I want everything to be in equal size, yeah. So I'll do 1FR. So that means everything is going to take 1 fractional unit. So everything, depending on how many items, grid items that we have, they're going to take same size across. And then we're going to do 3. Actually, it's the other way around. It's 3 and then 1FR. So we're going to have 3 columns. They're all going to take the same space. As you can see, we have now 3 columns, 1, 2, 3, and then 2 rows, 1, 2. Okay. So now let's just style this. Now I'll select the S item, the service item. So I think for this I'm going to give it as fixed height. So I'll give it I'll give it a fixed height. So height, I'll do let me try 25 VH. Okay. Actually, it's better to give it min height of 25 VH, because sometimes we might want these items to expand according to our text. So it's just better to give it a min height. Okay, and then give it a background color of white. So everything. And also what we need to do now is we need to give it a bit of spacing around it. So to give that spacing, it's called a grid gap. So you do grid gap, and then do something like maybe 2 rem. Okay, and as you can see, we have a nice spacing around everything. And we also want a padding top or margin top, whatever you choose to use. So what I'll do is I'll select the services. Oh, I've already selected the service items, and then I'll do let me double check what I did on the hero section, what spacing I used. Hero, oh, it's actually not hero section, it's about section. Padding, so top and bottom is 2.2 rem. Okay, I'll copy this. I'll just keep that in mind, 2.2 rem, and then I'll paste it down here. Okay, oops, it's not in here, but in service items like this, and then we have spacing. Okay, so far so good. And also what I want, I think I'm going to increase the height a little bit. Actually, it doesn't matter, we just need to style. So the service item, we're going to also give it a padding. We want a padding around it. So as you can see, everything is starting on the edge. We don't want to start on the edge, we're just going to give it a bit of padding. So what I'll do is I'll select the service item and give it a padding. I think 1.5 rem works perfectly fine, or 2 rem in that matter. Make sure it's, yeah, so 2 rem. And then there's a title here. I'll select the title, so it's H6, service item H6, service item H6. Okay, color, it's going to be our, I think this one, or black. I forgot what we used inside the Figma. I think, yeah, we just use this one, the one that we use now. And then I'll increase the font size to 2 rem. Web development is too big. 1.5 rem. So you can just put whatever font size that you see fit. 1.3 rem. Okay, yeah, I think this makes sense. And then we would do a bit of a padding, top and bottom. You're just going to do 0.6 rem and then 0 left and right. So we just want to give it a bit of spacing like this. Okay, I think I'll increase that to 1 rem. All right, same goes for this anchor tag. So it's just an anchor, we didn't give it a name. So S item A, so we're selecting the S item and then we're targeting the anchor tag. So for this anchor tag, we're going to give it a color of our blue color, this one. So it's going to be our anchor tag. And yeah, and then text decoration, there's an underlining. Text decoration to none, not text align. Text decoration to none, and then display, and then inline block, and then padding, top and bottom. Let's do 1 rem. Oops, and 0 left and right. All right, looking good so far. Okay, so what else do we need? Actually, this font is squished together. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to select S item and then paragraph. The paragraph inside the S item, I'm going to change something called a line height. So I'll do line height is going to, so for example, if I do 4 rem, you see what I mean. 4 rem, you see everything is like spaced out. So that's what I'm going to do. So I'm going to do like 1 rem. Let's see, oops, how that works out. It's too squished up together still. So change it to 1.9. I just want it to be squished up. Yeah, I think this is fine. This looks fine. All right. So now let's work on those. Figma. Let's work on these lines. Okay. So what I will do now is, let me inspect the web development title. All right, so the web development title, there's a padding. Let me double check. Okay, so what I'll do is I'll give it a border right. I'll give it a border right. So once I give it a border right, and then I'll, hold on, oops, VsCode, and then I'll do this one. I'll do border right, border right, and then I'll do, I think 7 pixels solid, and then hash, hash, I think this blue color here, or if it's too, it's too bright. And then I also am going to increase the font, the border to 8 pixels, and then decrease the opacity to something less subtle. Something more subtle, not less subtle. I don't know, my English it's not that good. Okay, yeah, I think this looks fine. So what I'm also going to do now, actually, instead of doing the border, the best way is to do, so I want to show you more things in CSS and HTML. So I'll introduce you something. Actually, I've used pseudo elements before. You've seen them. I will remove this border. So what I'll do is I'll do s item, and then I'll do after. Okay, I'm going to create another element inside the s item. So, and then it's going to be content. It's going to be empty strings, because we want to be able to define whatever styles that we want with this item. And then I'll do position absolute, and then I'll do width to rem, and then I'll do I'll just this is like a basic. I'll show you what it means. And then I'll do height 100%, and then a background color, temporal color of red. And then, so let's make sure that the parent is positioned to relative. So we want to be able to move this box around this this element here. Okay, so we want to be able to move this around. So what I'll do is we'll go back to content, and then we'll do top 0, and then we do right 0. If we do right 0, it means there's no space to the right side. So we want everything, we want it to stay on the right side like this. Since right is 0, it will stay there. Okay, now we've moved everything to the right side. Right 0, top 0, it will start at 0, and then it will start at 0 on the right side. So now all I'll do is just change the color to light blue color. I can't remember, this is the color. Yep, and then oops, you do that. Oops, border right. I'll do its background color, and then you put, oh never mind, I don't know what I've copied by accident. Just reduce the opacity. Alright, I think this works fine. And then what we all need to do now is just reduce the width to something like 0.4 rem. Yeah, or 0.6 rem. And then now we need another pseudo element. Alright, remember that we have the, where is it? We have this line crossing like this. Okay, so what we can do now is just give it another pseudo element. So the one that we're going to use now, it's called a before pseudo element. Okay, so I'll reduce this padding to 1.7. yeah, so the one that we're going to use is called a before pseudo element. And I think I'm also decrease the grid gap to 1.5, not 1.5. All right, so I'll select this paragraph, this one, and then I'm going to give it a padding bottom. Okay, so this paragraph, what is it? 01. I'll just give it a class to number or num, whatever, and then I'm going to give it a before and after pseudo element. Okay, num before, I'll just give it an after. Oops, after. So the styles are similar to those that we did here, so just copy like this whole thing, and then you just paste it down here. So if I save, so this it's applied this side because we copied the exact positioning from the other one. So I'll do top 10%, top 10%. So the position from the top, it will be 10%, and then I'll I'll change the width. So the width, I'll do something like, let's say 100%, and then height, I'll do 0.6 rem, I think, of the height. As you can see, there it is. It's coming up here. Okay, so if I do something like bottom 0, it will go all the way to the bottom, I think, in this paragraph. So num, where is it? Where are these tiles? Line height. I can't see these tiles. I don't know why they're not coming up. Let me save again. Oh, do you know why? This class is only applied to the first paragraph. So we need to add this class to every grid item that we have. Okay, just paste it. Control V inside each paragraph with the number. Okay, and then you save, and then everything will start to come up. Okay, and then now let's see why the num color. I don't know why these tiles are not showing up, but let's keep going. We'll fix it. Top 10%. Let me remove this, and then you save. Okay, it now goes all the way to the bottom, 10%. Okay, so what I'll do is, I think, let me see if I can do num. Oops, num. Then if I do position relative, it's going to stay inside this num paragraph. It's not going to get out, or so if I remove that position relative from the paragraph, it's going to work with the position relative of this grid item. Okay, that's what it means. And then if I remove it, it's working according to this grid item. So what I'm going to do is going to give this num a padding bottom, padding bottom of, I think, 2 rem, something like that. And then I'll put the line here, and then I'll do top to 15%. Let's see how that works out. Okay, just change slightly a bit more to 23%. 23%. It's way, just do 20%. Okay, I think this is okay. So just to make sure the color is accurate from our design, what you can do is you can just copy this color here. Just copy, and then you can just paste it. Like here, background color, you paste it here. Make sure you put a hash. Okay. Background color, hash. And then you save. Okay. Oops, I'm still in Figma. They didn't reduce the opacity. Okay, never mind. You can just use the colors, whatever colors we were using. If you copy them directly from Figma, they don't reduce the opacity. So yeah, that's fine. So now, I think what else do you have to do inside here? Yeah, we just need to change the titles and the numbers. Okay, so what did I name this? Web development, web design. Web design. Web design 02 03, and then you just change everything up. Graphics design 04. What else? UI design. UI, UX design 5. Backend just do WordPress, whatever you see fit, then 06. Alright, so now if I save, I go back to the website. Now everything updated. Okay, so now let's do the hover animation. So we want to give it a bit of shadow. So I'll select the S item. I'll do box shadow. Box shadow. So on the x-axis, I'll do like 5 pixels on the x-axis, and then on the y, I'll do 10 pixels, and then a blur of 20 pixels, and then I'll do RGBA. So RGB is red, green, black, and alpha. Okay, so I'll do 0 for red. Oops, not 9. 0 0 0, which is so 0 0 0 3 zeros. It means it's black or black. So the alpha is the opacity. So the alpha, I'm going to say 0.4 for now, the opacity. So this is what it looks like. As you can see, the opacity is way too much. So we just want this to be a bit more subtle. Okay, so what I'll do, I'll reduce the y to 5 pixels as well, or something like 3 pixels actually. 3 pixels, and then the blur I'll do 10 pixels, and then I'll reduce the opacity to 0.1%, so it's more subtle, as you can see. So what I'm going to do now is on hover, when I have one of these item, oops, when I have one of these item, I do dot s item on hover. When I hover over the mouse, I want this box shadow to change to something like 5 pixels, 5 pixels, and something like 15 pixels. And then I'll save. Let's see what happens when I hover. See, when I hover, it increases. Okay, as you can see, it's increasing. So what I think I'll do 0.125, something like that. Yeah, so you can see the difference, but it's like it's a bit glitchy. So what you can do is you can add a transition. So if I do transition O and then 0.4 seconds and then ease in and ease out, so it transition nicely. As you can see, it's transitioning nicely. You can also, you know, make it transform as well. Transform, translate on the y. I want it to translate on the y-axis. I'll do maybe minus 5 pixels. So I want it to move upwards minus 5 pixels when I hover. So as you can see, it's translating. Okay. So we also need, I forgot to change the color of this text. It's going to be our blue color. So num color going to be hash blue color. All right. So now it's we have a working services section, but we haven't finished yet. well, we need to add one more little section, if you remember correctly. Oops, I've opened the wrong thing. So this is the section that we need to add this progress bars down here. Okay, so to do that, I'm going to go back into this section. Okay, after the service items, down here I'll do service skills. Okay, and then here I'll say dot my skills. Okay, after my skills, we're going to have progress dot progress bars. Oops, bars. I'm sure this is how you spell progress bars. Okay, so inside the progress bar, we're going to have dot progress, actually skill. We can just have skill, one skill. Okay, a skill. So inside the skill, we are going to have let's see, go back to Figma. So this will be like a skill. I mean, this whole thing with the progress bar, this is like a skill, right? So inside this skill, we have the title, the skill title, okay, and the progress. Okay, so we do dot skill. I mean I do dot skill because we want to display flex. So make sure it's in a container, skill text, and then we do dot skill title. Skill title. Oops, it's a paragraph actually. P dot skill title. And then after that, we're going to do skill percentage. So this skill this is not percentage spelling. Percentage. Okay, so this skill percentage is this literal percentage, and then this will be the skill title and skill percentage, and this is going to be progress. Okay, so and then after this skill title, skill text, and then I'll do progress dot progress. Okay, so this will be our progress bar, this one. Okay, so for my skills, we are going to have, what are we? We're going to have like this is like an H6, but with a span inside. So H6, then I'll just copy the text I have here, you know, copy, and then I'll do a span for this one, span to make it blue, if you remember, and then you save. Alright, so for the skill title, this one is going to be web development. Okay, in percentage I'll do 90%. Web development 90%, and that's it. Now let's start styling. Let's see what we got. This is what we have now. Okay, so let's start with the styling. So I'll select the progress. That's what I'm going to start. I'm going to start with the progress bar. So here, actually we're still inside the services, so I'm not going to comment. So progress, it's going to be position relative, because we're going to create child like after and before pseudo element to move within this progress. Okay, and then it's going to have a width of 100%, height 0.4 em, background color you can go back. Let me try this. Actually, let me go back to Figma. This color, I think I have to reduce the opacity. Okay, and then like this, and then let's save. Let's see what we have. So this is the progress bar. Okay, I'm going to reduce this opacity a little bit. Yeah, I think this is okay. I will also increase the width to something like 0.6 rem. Okay, yeah, makes sense. And then what let me double check what the progress bar looks like. Okay, so we there's a border radius here. Okay, so let's work on that border radius. So you can do border radius border radius top. It's actually end. It's end right. No, border top right radius. Yeah, border top right radius. So do like 10 pixels. Top right. So this is like the top right, and then we do bottom left border. Bottom right, I mean border radius. I'm getting confused. Border radius bottom left. This one, and then we do 10 pixels. Okay, so it will left. Oh, right. It's right. I'm getting confused. I don't know why. So yeah, it's border right. So it's like this. Now it's rounded. Okay. So after the progress, we're going to create an after pseudo element. So select this progress, and then we'll do after, not Afghanistan, but after, and then in here we're just going to do content, and then empty string. Copy this border radius. We need it as well. Just put it here. So for the width, you can do a width of 90%. 90%, as our skew is 90%. So as you can see, our skew is 90%. So when the width will be somewhere here, 90%. So remember our position relative. So this width is corresponding to this progress bar, because the position is relative. Okay. And then I'll do height of 100%. Take all the height. You take the height, all of it, and then a background color. I think this one. Yep. No, not this one, but the other one. This one, and then you save. It's not showing. Let's see why. Content. Oh, we need a position of absolute. Position absolute, and then left 0, and then top 0. Okay, there it is. But I'm not sure. Oops. 100%. These colors don't match. Which color did I use for the progress bar? Let me try to decrease this opacity as well again, or increase it up a bit, because from what I can tell, these colors don't match. I'll increase it up a bit more as well. Yeah, I think this looks fine. Okay, so now let's style this. So what I'm going to do now again is select the skew text. I want to display flex this. So do skew text. So if I do display flex, it's going to put them side by side. Okay, let me show you what I mean. So now they're side by side. So development and 90%, and then I'll do justify content, and then space between. It will space them like this. This will be at the end. This will be at the start. Okay. So I'm also going to do display flex. I'm going to do display flex on the service skill. So this my skill and this progress bars. So this one, I'll copy this, then I'll do display flex. Okay, now as you can see, oops, seems like there is an item somewhere. So service skills, make sure it's a width of 100%. Okay, so it covers the entire. Something's wrong. Let me check why. Seems like we have 3 items instead of 2. 1, 2. Service skills. Let me double check why it's not covering up the entire width. My skills. Oh, it's the progress bars that we need to increase the width to 100%. Okay, dot progress bars width, width to 100%, and then I'll save, and then yeah, everything is working fine. But there's a bit of a problem still. Lorem. After this H6, I'll do a paragraph, and then I'll just copy the text that I have here. Oh, I'll just do a lorem actually in here. I'll just do lorem 30, and then I'll press enter, and then I'll save. And then everything should be on point. Okay, there it is, lorem 20. Okay, I want to make sure they occupy 50 equal width. So what I'll do is I'll also select my skills. My skills, yeah, I can just put it down here, it doesn't matter. My skills, and then I'll do width 100%. Okay, like so. Okay, or I can also do padding right. Oops, I can just reduce this to 80%, and then I'll give a padding left on this progress bars. Padding left is going to be 2 rem. Okay, so we're going to have like spacing here. You can increase that to something even more, like maybe 2.4 rem. I don't know. Yep, whatever you see fit. So I'll select this progress as well. And actually, I'm going to select this Q text. Q text. Q text. Okay. Oh, this Q text is here. I'll do padding. Bottom, actually. Padding. Bottom is going to be 0.4 rem. So just want a bit of spacing between this web development and the progress bar, like so. You can increase that to 0.5 rem. Alright, as you can see, we have a bit of spacing. So what you can do now is change the color of this to something more darker, and this one something a bit more light. Okay, so I'll select it's called skill title. Skill title, color, hash, can't remember. I think it's this one. Then I'll save. Yep, I think that works. And what I'm going to do now is I'm going to copy this progress bar 3 times, right? So I mean the skill. So I need to copy 2 times actually. 1, 2, and then you save. And then we're going to have 3 new progress bars. Okay? And then you can just change each of them like we did here. So actually we have 4. So we have backend graphics design. So we have web design, I'll do like 70%, 70%, and this one is going to be 60% or 67. So this is going to be something like, I don't know, graphics design. Graphics design. And then one more, which is going to be, this is going to be back end development. Then let's say this one is maybe, I don't know, 85%. Okay, when you save this, as you can see, the width of the progress bar is staying the same. So we're going to have to change the width of each progress bar. That's the painful way of doing it using only CSS and HTML. But with JavaScript, you can make this change dynamically. But anyway, this is only a CSS and HTML course, so we're not going to touch any JavaScript. Okay, so what we can do now is I want this each individual skill to have a margin bottom. Okay, except the last child. Okay, except the last child. So what I will do is I'll do dot scale, and then I'll do a not pseudo element. It means not the last child. I don't want the last child to have a padding bottom, okay? But I want everything to have a padding bottom. Padding bottom. I think something about 2 RAM. It's not applying. Okay, now it's applied the padding bottom. Alright. It looks nice, doesn't it? Okay. So what we can do, so if you don't understand this, so it means I don't want this one to have a padding bottom, a spacing bottom. So this one is going to have a spacing at the bottom, and this one is going to have a spacing, and this one is going to have a spacing, except this one. I don't want this one to have a spacing at the bottom. So that's what it means, at least not the last child, but I want everything else to have a padding bottom of 2 RAM. Okay, so now what we need to do is change this progress bar width. So what I will do, this is 70%, skew percentage. I'll do skew percentage 70. So just give it a class skew percentage 70, and then you change this to where did I change the width? Okay, here on my skews here, I'll just do skew 70. Oops, and then I'll just change the width to 70%, because I'm targeting a specific element with this 70. So, and then just change the width of 70, and then it will go down awfully, but it didn't because we didn't save in here. Just save, and then something, it didn't change. Let's see why. I see why. So I'm not targeting the correct, oops, I'm not targeting the correct element. Let me double check again. remove this. So this progress bar width is coming from the, I think it's coming from the after swill element, isn't it? Yeah, it's coming from this after swill element. Okay, so progress after, and then we have a width of 90%. It's fixed. Okay, so what I'll do is I'll do dot progress after nth child. It means we're targeting a specific element. I think it's the second one. I'm going to change the width to 70%. Hopefully this works. And then you save. Oh, it doesn't. Let me see why. And then you save. Oops. Let me double check why it's not working. CSS nth child selector. Oops, sorry for that. Okay, yeah, I was just putting my phone on mute. I think I'm selecting everything properly. If I do 3, yeah, it's working as nth child. Okay. So after, okay, let me progress. Okay, so you know what? Instead of stressing out, just change this to progress 2. Progress 2. So for progress 2, this will be 70%, right? So progress 2, if you select progress 2, copy this class name, and then select this progress after, and then you paste it down here, and then just change it to progress 2, and then just change the width to 70%, so you don't have to stress too much with these selectors. And then you save. Still not working. So this is the second one, progress 2. Progress 2. So somehow it's not working, but let's see why. Progress 2, then after. Okay. Progress with okay, let me double check what's not okay. Oh, I think I know why. So this progress 2, right? So you have to like so this progress 2, you have to like create this like a position relative of everything, but this is going to involve us writing a lot of code than we actually have to. So remove this 2. Oops. Remove this 2, save again. So just leave everything to this width, right? So to change that, instead of using an after swill element, so it will be easier for us to do something that we can be able to select from the HTML. So I can just do dot progress. Actually, this will be like actual progress. You can just give any name, actual progress. So it's better if we do this as a div, actual progress, and then yeah, just copy this and put it inside the progress, actual progress, and then you put it in here. Just copy the actual progress name. So what you're going to do now is remove this progress to after and save. Exchange this as actual progress and remove this content. Just leave everything as is, and then you save, and then you save the HTML as well. Okay, everything is still the same, as you can see, right? Oops. Okay, everything is still the same. Alright, so what we can do now, as everything is still the same, now we can select this actual progress element. We can give it another class as well. So this is going to be, for example, I'll cut this 70. I'll put it inside the progress, right? When I put it in the progress, I'll copy it, and then copy, and then you save, and then in here I am able to change the width now. So if I do 70 and then I'll do width 70%, so as now the width will be able to change. Okay, as you can see, it's now 70% because we're not using a pseudo element anymore, because a pseudo element, we're limited, we are not able to select it and put classes on it. That's the thing. So it's better to use a div. And then I'll change this to 67. So this is progress 67%. Okay, skew progress 67%. Okay, so we do width 67%. Okay, it's not changing because I didn't save inside the HTML. Now it's saved. And then I'll do 80% for the back end, 85 I mean. So cut this, the progress, I'll put another class to 85%. Okay, I'll copy this, and then yeah, that'll be it. So this is 85. Just do 85%. Okay, so this is it for our progress bars. Now let's focus on the text. Okay, so now the text, what did I call this text? It's my skills h6. My skills h6. Oops, h6 supposed to be outside here. h6 color hash, this one, and then we're just going to increase the font size to 1.4 okay, and then I'll do font weight to, I think I'm pretty sure we have 300 to make it a bit it's too thin. I'll do 500. Okay, 500 works fine. Or 6, I don't know if we have 600. Yeah, just leave it on 500. Okay, font weight 500. So now what we need to do is give this a bit of padding bottom of 2 rem. Okay, and then we also need to give that paragraph a line height so 1.9 rem. That's the one we've used before. 1.9 RAM. So my skills H6, but the text is called my skills paragraph. Dot my skills, the paragraph, want to have a line height of that. Okay, and then you save. And yeah, I think that's it for this section. I'll see you on the next one. Oops. Okay, now let's work on the portfolios page, which looks like this. Okay, when we hover, we want this web development title to show. Okay, so let's go back to VS Code. What we need to do now is, after this section, create another section. This is going to be a .portfolio section. Portfolio, yeah. Portfolio section. Okay, so just copy this, comment, portfolio section, portfolio section. Okay, just do the same procedure of giving it a min height of 100 VH. Give it a background color. I think this should be white if I'm remembering correctly. Okay, we did not save. In here we are also going to copy the title, this main title here. Scroll down. You know what, I'm going to minimize this so it's going to make my scrolling easier. Okay, I'll minimize all the sections, so if I need to open a specific section, I will know which section I need to open. Okay, so I'll paste in the title. This is going to be portfolio, and then save. Okay, there it is, portfolio. If I go to Figma, so this is what portfolio looks like. It's a 2x3 grid, 2 by 3 columns grid. Okay, so now let's do that. Let's create it after there. Dot portfolio items. Then here I'm going to create an individual portfolio. Alright, so what I will do now is I'll put in an image. So the image is going to be img source. I'll just use the laptop image for now. Okay, let's see what it looks like. There it is. So this portfolio items, it's going to have padding, top and bottom 2.2 RAM. If you remember, 2.2 RAM, 0 left and right. Okay, so there's a spacing between the title. Okay, so now I'm going to select the portfolio, .portfolio, and then give it a border radius of I think 25 pixels, and then the portfolio, I'm going to select the image, .portfolio image. I want the image to have a width of 100% and a height of 100%. Alright, and then you save everything. So everything is not going to look as you think. Look how it looks like. So now what we're going to do is copy, we already have copied the portfolio items. We're going to display this into a grid. Okay, remember what we did, grid template columns. We're going to give it 3 columns, right? Repeat, we're going to repeat 3 times, so 3 columns and 1 FR, that each going to have equal sizes. Okay, when I save, there it is. Okay, so the portfolio, actually the border radius, it needs to go in the image as well. Oops, Control C to copy, and you put in the image as well. Alright, so the image, I don't want this image to be stretched out, so this portfolio, I'm going to give it a min height of 25 VH. Actually, I'll give it a fixed height of 25 VH. It's better if we give it a fixed height, because this portfolio is not going to expand based on how much content we add, so you can just give it a fixed height. Okay, 30 VH. And then for this image, for some images might stretch, so I don't want this image to stretch. I'm going to do object fit, and then I'll do cover, so it cover, not contain, so it doesn't stretch out. You see what I mean later. And then I'll save this, and then yeah, it looks nice. So now on hover, I want to show something. Yeah, so what I'll do is I'll go back to portfolio, in the image, in here I'm going to do hover items. Okay, so for the hover items, what am I going to have inside the hover items? Remember, if I go to Figma, in the hover items, I have this web development here. Okay, so when I hover, I want this to show. Okay, so what I would do now is I'll do hover items. I'll copy these hover items, and then I'll do width 100%, height 100%, background color. So our background color is going to be this blue color. For now it's temporary. Okay, so since it's temporary, I'll do position absolute, so the parent is going to be a position of relative, which is the portfolio. Okay, and then I'll do left 0, top 0. Hopefully it's not showing. Let's see why. Save the index.html and save the style.css. There it is. Okay, so what I would do is I'll give it a border radius as well, and then you save. Alright, so there it is. It's shaping our our portfolio item. Now reduce the opacity a little. Oops, increase it a bit just to be, yeah, I think this works. We'll increase it a bit more. Okay, yep. And then what you need to do now, I want this to show only when I have this portfolio. Okay, so what I would do is I'll give it a default display, or actually I'll do translate. You can either choose x-axis or y-axis, but I'm going to do y. I'm going to do minus 100%, so it's going to be off screen like this. So I don't want this to show like this, so let me show what I mean. So when I hover the portfolio, oops, portfolio, and then when I hover portfolio on hover, I want the hover items, the transition to be 0. Not transition, I mean transform and translation. I want translation to be 0 when I hover these items. As you can see, it's coming to the screen, but I want to also put a transition as well. So what I would do is have items. I'm going to do transition and then 0.4 seconds, and then ease in and ease out. So when I have this item, is this div will come and cover the screen. Okay, so this is what I mean. You can do so many cool animations as well, but I'm not going to waste your time doing that. So after that, what you can do is the portfolio. So as you can see, it's showing outside the portfolio container. So to not show this element outside the portfolio container, you need to go to the portfolio and do overflow, so it doesn't overflow, and then you do hidden, not hidden, so it doesn't overflow the portfolio container. So as you can see, it's just coming from the top. Yeah, nice, isn't it? Okay, so now once that is done, inside the hover items, I'm going to add an h3. So this is going to be, let's say, web development. So web development, and then you know what I would also do is, for now I'm going to disable the animation. Where's the transition? What is it? This one. Oops. I'll do this. I'll put a comment. So I'm going to do that. I'm just disabling this so we can see properly when we're styling. Okay, as you can see, it's showing properly. So what we can do is h3, then we can also add a paragraph. Paragraph p. I can say, I don't know, what did I say here? Oops, in the Figma. Yeah, title of the website. So this is, let's say, gallery website or something. Okay, so when I hover, I want this thing will show. Okay, so what I would do, the hover items, I'm going to do, you know, I wanted to show maybe on the center actually when I hover. So I'll do display flex and then align items to center. Okay, display flex, align items center, and justify content to center horizontally and vertically. Okay, so it's now centered. You can do flex direction to column. Okay, flex direction column, so it's one above each other. As you can see, it's like this. Okay, so this web development, I'll give a padding on the paragraph, have items paragraph, have items paragraph. So this have item paragraph, I'll do a padding. Top and bottom is going to be 1.5 rem, and then 0 left and right, like so. The color, we can actually, the padding is too much. I'll just do one color, hash F9, this one. Okay, we can also, I don't know. Okay, I'll introduce you to something called HTML entities. entities. So this is like, if you copy any of this code, it will give you an arrow or whatever symbol that you want. So I'm looking for an arrow symbol that points to the right side. Okay, I will look for that symbol. Okay, I want this arrow, so it's called end R or right arrow, whatever. Any of these little snippets that you copy works fine. Just copy this. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to add that arrow before the before the gallery. I'll put that and then space, and also to use another HTML entity to give us spacing between this arrow and the text here. Okay, let me save. Let me show what I mean. So when I save, if I scroll down, as you can see, there's an arrow here. So what I want to space, to give a space between this. So for example, if I space like this, nothing's going to change. It's going to stay the same. So I want a spacing between this little arrow and the title. So what I'll do is I'll add another HTML entity. So this one is called NBSP, and then you put, you end the line, oops, like this, and then you don't forget to put an end like this, NBSP. So it's like space. I don't know why it's not working. Okay, refresh the page. Now there's a space between. So if you want to add more space, you can just copy this and then you put it again over and over to add as much space as you want. As you can see, we have more space. Okay, so I just want only a tiny bit of space. I'll only put it once. Okay, so yeah, that's pretty much it. What I'll also do is when you have you can also mess with the opacity of this. Oops, what did I do? You can also mess with the opacity, but I'm not going to waste any time. So now I'll uncomment this. I'll uncomment everything, uncomment and uncomment here, and then save. As you can see, now we can have and then everything just shows nicely. Okay, so what now I'm going to do, I'm going to copy this 5 more times, because we defined our grid already that we're going to have a 2x3 grid system. So what I will do is I'll copy this portfolio item 5 times, yeah, 1 2 3 4 5, and then you save. Once you save, now as you can see, we have the portfolio items. Now if we have each of any of these portfolio items, everything works as intended. So what I'm going to do now is going to give this a grid gap. As you remember, if we do grid and then we do gap, and then we can do something like 2 rem, I don't know, or 1.5 actually, to match the other grid that we had before, 1.5 rem, so we can have a consistent spacing. Okay, there it is. So now what we just we need to do now is just to change the images. So I'll just try to add in a few couple of images. Web development, design, and change the titles to whatever, but I'm not going to waste any more time doing that. UX, UI, UX, design. Okay, and then I'll do back and development. Okay, I'm not going to waste any more of your time. Okay, I'll just try to add in a few images, and then that's it. So for the image laptop, what other images do we have? So we have portfolio 1, and I think we have security. I'll save. Nothing changed, but it will take time to, if you refresh, hopefully everything will change. Okay, there, as you can see, we have different images now. Okay, so what I'm going to do now is I'm going to download a few more images. Okay, so if I go to pixels, if you remember, pixels, and then I'll say app. Yeah, whatever, just download anything that you see fit. Okay, so what I'll do is I'll reduce the file size of this item, resize pixels, I'll do 900, oops, pixels 900, not 90, and then maintain aspect ratio as well. I don't know what's going on with this image. 900, maintain aspect ratio. Okay, I don't know why it's pixelated still. I don't know why it's still pixelated. I'll cancel this, then I'll re-edit. Oops, not print. I'll re-edit, edit, resize 900. Okay, and then I'll save as okay, I'll put this inside the project folder. Okay, so just download random images and then you look for the project folder and then you put it there. So this one is called portfolio project. Okay, and then I'll do part 2. Okay, I'm saving all the images that we're going to use, and then I'll just download one more image, just one more, and then that'll be it. I don't know, maybe something like this, whatever you see fit. And then I'll edit, and then resize pixels 700, and then okay, save as, and then I'll do portfolio 3. Okay, so now I'm going to close up everything, and then I'll just change the images. So for the second image, I'm going to do portfolio 2, portfolio 1, security, and then I'll do portfolio 3. Okay, that will be it. That will be it. We're done with the portfolio section. Okay, so now let's move on to another section, which is, let me double check. Okay, we have the blog section. I'll see you in the blog section. Welcome back. Now let's work on the blog section. I'll go ahead and open Figma so I can look at the reference of what the blog section is going to look like. Okay, oops, I'm still zoomed in. I don't know what I did. Yep. Okay, so we are here now. So now let's work on this blog section here right now. Okay, go back to VS Code, do section dot blogs, blog section, and then save. We also need the title, so you can just copy this title from any section you want to copy it from. Oops, Control C to copy, and then I'll paste it down here. So below that, I'm going to create a new div. It's going to be blogs, and then enter, and then I'll save. So let's copy these blogs, and then go to styles, and then put a comment so that we know it's the blog section. Then we're just going to do blogs. Okay, so for these blogs, I'm going to give it a let me double check Figma. Okay, I think these blogs will, yeah, there should be mean height of 100 VH. Blogs mean height min height, not min width, min height 100 VH, and the background color, I'm pretty sure it should be this hash F9. Okay, so let's check it out. We need to run with live server. Run with live server. Oops, go to the HTML file and then open with live server. Okay, so now there you go. Oh, what's going on? Let me double check. So we have a section, and then oops, blocks. Oh, it's a block section. Block section. I meant to apply these styles inside the block section, not inside the blogs, like this. Okay, so now everything should okay. Now everything works fine. Now let's work on the blogs. So let's double check. Okay, so this is what the blog look like. Okay, so let's go ahead and work on it. So now I'm going to go inside the blog. So inside the blog, I do have like an image blog. Oops, make sure you put a dot so we know that it's a class dot image blog. In here I'm going to put an image. I'm going to add the laptop image. You can add any image that you want, but for a placeholder image I'll just put a laptop because I just can't be asked to download more images. And then I'm going to do this one is going to be blog date. So inside the blog date, I'm going to have a paragraph. So this is going to be a date, for example, March, let's say 11th, and then comma 2021. So this should be 11th 2021, and then you can do okay, I need this a sign which is not on my keyboard, so I'll search for this symbol O. Okay, I'll copy this. You can use arrow actually instead of searching that on Google. And then so this is our date. Actually, instead of doing a div like this, you can just do a normal paragraph, but I'm going to add a divider, so it doesn't matter what you choose, to use a div or a normal paragraph without a div. Okay, and then you're going to do a name by, and then you do span. So for this span, you can just put any name, or for example maclinz, and then space, and then another span. So the category, so this is going to be like web development, yeah, something like that. And then after that, we're going to have a title of the blog. So this title is going to be somewhere between h4 and h5, so I'll just do an h4 dot blog title. Okay, so blog title is going to be how to get started with web dev, something like that. And then after the h4, we're going to do a paragraph. It's going to be lorem, let's do 20, lorem 20 words, and then we're going to do p, and then we'll do span, and then read more. Okay, so then I'll save everything. Let me open the website. Alright, so there is our blog. Okay, so for this blog, I'm going to use a grid. I want one, oops, so blogs. Okay, so I'm going to display, I'll copy this, I'll copy everything inside the blogs, everything, cut, and then I'll do dot blog, because I'm going to have more blogs inside as well. So to copy, I'll just copy each individual blogs to create more blogs. So just make sure you put this in a parent container called blog. Okay, alright, so now after we've created the blog, copy the blogs, and then in here we're going to do display grid. So, and then grid template columns, we want to have 3 columns and 1 row. Repeat 3 columns and then 1 FR, so they're all going to have equal space. Okay, let me double check why. Oh, don't forget to save inside the HTML. It's not working. Let me double check why. So blog, display grid, repeat 3, 1 FR. Oh, it's the image. It's the image is too big, so we need to fix that. So for this image, I'm going to select image blog, dot image blog, image. I'm targeting the images of the image blog, and then I'm going to do width 100%. Okay, so once I set the width 100%, everything works as it should be. Okay, so for the blogs, I'm going to give it a padding as well. Padding top and bottom, 2.2 rem. 2.2 rem. If you remember, we've been using this padding over and over. Okay, so we have a spacing between the title and the blog. Okay, so each blog is going to have a background color. So dot blog, in each individual blog, background color, it's going to be white. So white background color, and then it should look like this. Okay, okay, so we want a padding, a spacing around this text. So to be able to do that, we need to put everything, this whole thing, this text, everything into a parent container, so we can give it a padding. Okay, so I'll show you. So this text, this whole text here, copy, Control X to cut, and then dot blog. You can do blog text, something like this, and then you paste everything in here. And then now if you copy this blog text, this blog text, and then if I do padding, you can give it a padding of 1.4 rem, for example, and then it will give us spacing around. Okay, so for in this matter, I'm going to do, I think 2 rem, yep, 2 rem. All right, so now we have nice padding. Let's work on the title. Let's work on the title and everything else. Okay, so this is the H, I don't know which, blog text. H4. I think I'm going to change this to something like H6 for it to be a bit smaller. H6. Oops, H6. So it's block text H6. Okay, so we're targeting the H6 instead of the block text. So block text H6, and then this one is going to have a color of this black color here, and then a font size of I don't know, 1 point something rem, 1.8 rem, I don't know. And then you give it a padding top and bottom. Padding top and bottom is going to be 0.8 rem, and then 0 left and right. So yeah, the font size is way too big. So yeah, you can do something like 1.4 rem. Oops, something, it's not working. 1.4 rem. Okay, yeah, I think this is decent, but the font is too thick, but it doesn't matter, we'll fix it later. And then after that, this read more is actually supposed to be an anchor tag, not a paragraph. So you want to go to an external website, you can just put an anchor tag if you want to go to an external website, but I'll just leave it on as a paragraph. Or if you want to go to an external, you can just do a, and then you do href, and then you do hash, and then it will lead you to an external website. For example, if I do google.com, if I want to read more, I can just click this and then it will take me to google.com. For some reason it cannot go. Oh, it's because I didn't put, if you want to go to an external website, make sure you do www.google.com, and then you'll be able to go to Google. Let's refresh. I don't know why it's not going to Google. Cannot get www.google. I have no idea why it's not working, but anyway, never mind. Let's continue. I'll leave this at hash, and then I'll just style this block text a, text decoration none. We've been repeating this over and over, so this is like a beginner course. I'm not going to make it more complicated. Okay, so text decoration none, and then a bit of padding top, padding top of 0.5 rem or something, I don't know, or 1 rem. Okay, let me see why the padding is not working. So we give this a padding top. So to be able to make sure the padding is working, do display and then inline block, and then it will cover, it will only surround the text. Okay, so I'll go to the styles, and then I'll do anchor tag display inline block. All right, now let's work in here. Let me double check something. All right, I think I'll just stick to one word, to one number. This makes sense. Okay, I'm going to give it a bit of border radius. Okay, so I'll give each blog border radius. This is going to be something like 15 pixels. It's not giving the border radius. Let me see why. Border radius. For some reason it's not applying the border radius. Let me double check why. 20 pixels. I'll increase this. Oh, it is applying the border radius, but it's not applying on this image. Okay, so to get rid of that, you can add border radius to the image, or you can do like something like overflow to hidden. Overflow hidden, so the image doesn't overflow the, it doesn't overflow the blog. Or you can actually just add this same border on this image, but you can just make it overflow hidden. I think that's the best way. Okay, then I'll go to the blog, and then I'm going to do overflow to hidden, and then after here, up here, I mean on the blogs, I'm going to do grid gap. I think 2 rem works fine. And then in here I'm going to copy this blog. I'm going to create 2 more blogs, 1, 2, and then save everything, and then voila, now we have more blogs. Okay, so now what we can do is we can style this text to whatever you like, or you can, for example, you can reduce the text. Oops. On other blogs you can reduce the text, and then it will be like more clear, something like this. Okay, the width, the height and the width, they're going to stay the same, so you can, it's dynamic, or depending on how much text you've added. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to reduce the text on every blog. I just want it to look nice for now, so I'll remove this. We can also now start to change the images. Okay, so now let's start changing the images. Then down here I'll change this to something like, what images do we have? Yeah, I'll just put the background image there as well, it doesn't matter. The background image, and then we can do, what other images do I have? I think security, and then okay, use SEO efficiently. All right, so this is just dummy data. I don't know why it's crashed. Okay, so the image, there's something wrong with the size of the image. Let's fix it. Okay, so we need to give this image a fixed height. Okay, so if I inspect this image, so the blog image, and do height. So for the height of this blog image, I think 30% will do just fine. Okay, 30% for each, and then the image will have a height of 100%, okay, but it's stretching out. So to stop from the image from stretching out, to object fit and then cover, okay, so it doesn't stretch out. So I'll copy the styles from the image. Oops, I'll go back. So this is the image, right? And then I'll do height. I'll just replace those styles I've copied. Alright. Image, save everything. And so the parent of the image, we need to give it a height, okay, which is the image blog. So let's go back and define a height for that. So the image parent is the image blog, and then let's define a height for the image height. For example, if I do, let's say 20%, it's going to take 20% of this blog area. Okay, if I do I think, oops, what is it? Let's try 40. So let's just find the height that we see fit. Yeah, I think 40% is fine. We can change it to whatever height that you see fit for your purposes. Okay, I think, yeah, that's it. I'll see you on the next section, where I think the next section is our final section. It's going to be the contact. Oops, it's going to be this section here. So this will be our final section. I'll see you there. Okay, so now let's work on our contact section. Oops. Figma, yeah, we're going to work on this contact section now. Okay, so we're going to do a grid on this contact section, a 2x2 grid. So we're going to have 2 columns, 1, 2, and 2 rows, 1, 2. Okay, so this one is going to be in this row, in this column, I mean, and then this contact information is going to be in this column as well, in this same column, this one, and then this one is going to be in this one, in the second column. Okay, so let's get started. I'll go back to VS Code. I'm going to type section dot contact section, yeah, and then remember our title, change the title to contact us, and then this is in caps, contact us. All right, if you save everything, there it is, contact us. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to have 4 grid items. Okay, down here I'm going to do dot contact info, something like this. This is like a main container, but inside I'm going to have 4 items. Okay, so for the first one, our first grid item is going to be I'll just say contact text. The second one, you can leave this as an empty div, because we're going to put nothing in this div. Okay, after that we're going to have dot contact details, I think, details contact, make sure it's the correct spelling. Okay, contact details, and then the last one, contact icons, something like that. You can give this whatever name you want. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to select the contact info. I'll go to the, you know what, I'll do something so you can see visually. Dot contact info. Oops. I'll select the contact text as well, contact text, and then I'll select this one, contact details, and then finally we have contact icons. Is it contact icons? Okay, so I'm going to give this a placeholder background color to red, background color to slate blue, and this one contact info, I think it doesn't matter actually. Let me double check. Contact text, we just to give this a background color as well, to something like maybe green. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to display grid on the parent of these grid items, which is contact info. So I'm going to do display grid, and then we're going to have grid template columns. So we're going to have 2 columns with same size, so we're going to repeat two columns, and then 1 FR that all going to have same size. And then I'm going to save. Hopefully let me save the HTML file. Okay, I'm pretty sure they're there, but there's no defined height. So for example, I'll just give this a temporary height. Let's say height, let's say 20 VH or something. 20 VH. Just as you can see, we have now 4 grid items. Okay, so in the first grid item, that's where we're going to add this one. Okay, we're going to add the get in touch with us. Get in touch with us. Okay, I'll add it here. So this one is going to be something like an H3 or something like that. H3, get in touch with us. I'm not sure if I've done a styling for an H3. Okay, I'll go all the way up here. I'm going to do some generic styling for every H3 and paragraphs, whatever. So we have a P here. I'm going to do a generic styling for H3. So we're going to give it a color. I think it's this one, the color, and then a font size. What the font size will it be? Font size 2 rem. I'm not sure. Okay, I'll leave it at 2 rem. So this grid, we need to give it a bit of a padding. So I'll go the way down to the contact info grid. I'll do padding top, padding top, padding top, 2 rem, and then we're going to give it a grid gap, just grid gap, no grid row gap, just a grid gap. Okay, so the grid gap is going to be 1 or 2 rem, actually 2 rem. So we want a spacing between the grid items. Okay, so now we have spacing between the grid items. Alright, so now what I'm going to do is I'm going to remove all these background colors here. We don't want them anymore. That was just for demonstration. And what I'm going to do now is also remove the height. This is a fixed height. Okay, I'll remove the height, and then I'll go back to the contact details. So for the contact details, we have, hold on, let me double check. Where's Figma? Alright, so we have full name, enter your email. What else do we have? Write a message. Okay, so in here I'm going to do a form. I'm thinking to give it a class name, form. I just give it a class name of form. Actually, you can give it whatever class. Leave the action empty. Okay, so inside the form, I'm going to do those. I'll say input control, something like this. Input control. So inside the input control, we're going to have an input. Type is going to be text. Name is going to be, I don't know, this one's going to be name or something. It's going to be name. And then we're going to have a placeholder. So the placeholder is going to be full name, something like that. So let me save. Let's see what we have. So we have full name here. Full name for the placeholder. And then I'm going to copy this input control multiple times. One and one more time. So this one is going to be email. You just say enter your email. Alright, so enter your email as the placeholder, and also here is going to be subject, something like that. And then we're still going to use the form control for the text box. Form control, and then we want to have a text area. I think this one I'm going to do 15, something like this, 15. Alright, I think this one will also have a placeholder of maybe write something here, or write your message. Alright, something like this. And then let's save. Let's see what we got. Alright, there it is. Okay, now let's inspect. Okay, so the input control is filling the width to 100% of the grid item. So we want also the input to have a width of 100% as well. So I'll target this input control. I'll select input control and then input, and then the input I want to have a width of 100%. So I want it to cover the whole width like this. Okay, we want to do the same for the text area as well. So we do text area, so it covers the whole width. Alright, so the input control is going to have a padding top and bottom. It's going to be, I think, 1 rem, and then left and right it's going to be 0. I think 1 rem is way too much, so let's try to reduce this to something that makes sense. Something like 0.40. No, I mean 0.4 rem, not 0.40. 0.4 rem. Well, yeah, I think that makes sense. And then we're going to do a border radius, 15 pixels or something, I don't know. 15 pixels, way too much. Let's do 10. Something's a bit subtle. 10 pixels. Is this 10 pixels? Input control input. Oh, I don't know, whatever. Alright, I think it will change once we add the padding. So for the input, I'm going to add font size. Actually, it's going to be inherit. So it's going to inherit the font size and the font family or something like that. Sorry. Font family is going to be inherit as well. So, and then we're going to do a padding. So top and bottom is going to be 1 rem, left and right 0.4 rem, something like that. Let's see how it looks. Yeah, I think it's okay, but I'm going to reduce this to 0.8 rem, and then I'm going to do outline to none. Okay, so I want to remove the outline, and then I'm going to do border 1 pixel solid. The color, what color do we have? What colors do we have? Let me double check. I'm not sure if this is the correct color. I want something a bit, you know, that is not too bright. Alright, I think I'll leave it like this for now. Just if we need to change anything, we can change it later. Okay, so now I'm going to do the same thing for the, I'm going to copy this whole thing, and then I'll paste it inside the text area as well. Okay, because we want to apply those styles in here. Alright, now actually we need the border radius as well. Oops, I didn't paste it. Alright, so now I'll paste the border radius, and then after the input control, we have the button. Actually, I forgot what I've named the button. btn something, btn container, btn primary, or btn something like that. Oops, inside the form I'm going to do button.btn, and then this one is going to be send message. So this is what we're going to send a message with. Okay, and now because the button we did before, that was an anchor tag, but this is an actual button for submission. Okay, when you click it, it's going to refresh, it's going to submit the form automatically. So we can remove that with JavaScript, or because when this is not a JavaScript course, this is just an introduction to web design and CSS. But let's restyle this button. Can give this another class name as submit button. I don't know. Submit btn or btn submit, whatever you see fit. I'll copy the class name. Okay, and then down here I'm going to paste it. I'm going to do cursor, it's going to be pointer, and then outline, it's going to be none, and then border, it's going to be none, and then what else? Font family, inherit, both with font size, inherit. Alright, there it is. Now we have a button. Alright, so now let's work on the right side. So what we need to put on the right side is a bit of a bunch of icons. We did an icon section earlier, so let me look at the contact icons. Oops, icons, there they are. I think I'll just copy the whole section here. Oh, these are from the nav icons. No, not these ones. The ones that we want is at the about. Okay, there they are. Icons data. Okay, I think I'll copy this whole div here. Icons text. I'll see if that works, and then I'll paste it down here, and then let's save. Alright, yeah, that works fine. We just need to make some minor adjustments of the icons, but yeah, everything will be as expected. Okay, and then first off, I'm going to reduce these rows to 2. I don't know, let me see. I think 3 would make sense. 3 or 4. Alright, yeah, I think 4 makes sense. It makes much more sense. So now it's just a matter of changing the icons. Remember what we did in our design? It's just a matter of changing, you know, icons. Okay, so for now, I think we removed some of the icons, but I'm going to leave these icons as is, because I don't want to waste any more time changing all these icons and stuff. You can add your own icons, as many icons as you want. So if I go down here, if I copy this service icon, right, I can, duplicate this icon and say random whatever. You can name this whatever you want, and then down here you can duplicate this, and then you do like random whatever. It depends. It's the rest is up to you. You can do whatever. It's up to you really, but I just showed you how to do everything. But now let's go to the footer section. So if I go to Figma, we have this small footer section here. This is not difficult to do. It's very, very easy. Okay, so after the contact section, I'm going to collapse the contact section. All right. And then here I'm going to do section.footer. Alright, so for the footer section, we don't need the title. Actually, we don't need the title. We just need to give it let's go down here, the comment. This one's going to be footer, right? It's going to be mean height, minimum height of I don't know, 20 VH or something like that. You can give it any height that you want, but for this video I'm going to give it 20 VH, and then we're going to do a background color. It's going to be black. Okay, now let's save. Let's see what we got. It's not coming up. We didn't save the index.html file. Still, it's taking ages to load. Okay, save. Alright, there it is. Okay, we have a footer. 20 VH is way too much. I'll do 10 VH. Oh, don't know why it's not changing. Okay, you know what, I'm not going to give it a minimum height. Let's just add a text here. This is going to be footer text. Footer text. Okay, and then inside the footer text I'm going to add a text. You can say at 2021 maclinz universal channel, something like that. I don't know. maclinz universal channel, and then full stop or rights reserved. Yeah, something like that. And then after this I'm going to do dot scroller. I don't know, scroll to the top or scroller, whatever. You can give this whatever name you want. Is this little icon here scroller? Actually this is much better if it's an anchor tag. Okay, but I'm not going to do an anchor tag. I'm just showing you how to design it, because this is not a JavaScript course. With the JavaScript you can use an anchor tag or whatever, a button actually, to scroll all the way up, but I'm just going to use a div for this one. So scroller, let's see the text first. Now we have the text. Scroller, I'm going to give it a width, I think 3 rem, height 3 rem, background color, I think something like this, I don't know, we'll see, and border 1 pixel solid hash. I think this one, remove the background color, we don't need it actually. And then a border radius, I think 6 pixels. Let's save and see what we got. There it is. But this one is too big. We can do 2.5 rem, 2.5 rem, and then I'm going to select the footer and then we're going to do display flex because we want to align everything. Flex, display flex, align items to center, justify content, space between. All right. Okay, so let me see why it's so squished. Justify content, space between. I just don't know why it's so squished like this. Okay, you know what, we can remove the justify content. Something else. It's still squished. Oh, it's because I didn't do 2.5 rem here. Okay, so do the justify content, space between. Space between. All right, and everything should work as expected. Okay, now everything's working. Now we need to oops. Okay, so now we need to create that little this little triangle. I'm so sorry, I'm not feeling well. Okay, this little triangle. Okay, you know what, I'll be back to continue on this video. I'm not feeling well right now. I need to drink some water. I'll be back. Okay, welcome back. Now let's do some basic media queries for the navigation. Okay, so what I want to do is I want the navigation to disappear once we reach a certain width. Okay, so I'm going to press F12 to inspect element. So somewhere around this, I think somewhere, okay, somewhere here. I'll make this a bit bigger. Yeah, somewhere, oops, it's around 1308 pixels. So 1008 pixels. I want this sidebar to disappear. Okay, so what I'll do is I'll go to the style.css. I'm going to comment. It's going to be media queries. Okay, media queries. So I'm going to type at media screen end, and then we're going to say max width. So our maximum width is 1308. Remember the one I showed you, 1308 pixels. That will be our maximum width. So for that, I want the sidebar to disappear. So I can't remember what the sidebar, what I've named it. So it's hero. Where did I put the sidebar? About, oh yeah, there it is. It's in the header. So it's navigation, right? So the navigation, I'm going to select the class name, and then I'm going to paste it inside the styles. And then I want the let me try to transform this and then translate x on the x-axis, the horizontal line. I want this to move the horizontal line, x-axis line. So I want this to go minus 100% once we reach this, this size. I want the sidebar to move away. All right, so now let's check if it's working or not. Okay, it is working actually, but it's only working for the sidebar content, but what we actually want to move away is not the actual navigation, it's the whole header. This one, the whole header section. Okay, so copy the header and go back to the styles, and then replace this with the header. That's what we want to move away. So as you can see now, let's increase this to 1309. Okay, and now as you can see, it's disappearing, right? Okay, so now after this navigation disappeared, we want this content, the main content, to move here to the left side. Okay, so what are we going to do to do that? So we're going to do at media again, copy this. Actually, you can leave that as is. So we're going to select the main content. All right. Okay, so we can do this as well. I think it's 0. Should do 0. Let's see how this works. No, it's not working. Let me double check. Main content. Oops. Pixels, 55 pixels. Alright, let me double check why. Oops, refresh. Okay. I see. Margin left, so we need to remove the margin left. Margin left, which is 23 rem, we need to remove that. So the main content, margin left, and then we'll put it to 0. Okay, so now the margin left is 0. Okay, so the navigation is automatically disappearing. Alright. Okay, so what we're going to do now, let's work on the navigation. I want to put a navigation on top here. Okay, so below this section, I'm going to do another nav dot top nav. Okay, so copy this top nav, copy these styles, go here, then do top nav width 100%, height 10 VH, and a background color of black. Okay, so we should have a nav somewhere, but I think the background color is black, so we cannot see it at the moment. So I'm going to position relative this nav, position absolute this nav, I mean position absolute, so we can move it where we want. Pose absolute, and then top is going to be 0. We want it to be on the top, and then the z index, we're going to give it a z index of 5. We want it to show at the top. Okay, there it is. Okay, so by default we don't want this navigation to show, this top nav. Actually, I think I'm going to reduce the height to 8. By default I don't want it to show, so what I'm going to do now is, by default I'm going to say display, it's going to be none. the display is going to be none. Okay, and it's gone. Display none. And then top nav, once we reach the media query that we want, which is 1309, that's when we want the navigation to show. So do display and then block to show the navigation. And then after I save this, it doesn't show unless if I reach the 1309 pixels. Okay, it's working as expected. So now what we're going to do is we're going to put a bigger menu here at the top corner and a logo here. Okay, so in here I'm going to type dot top nav content. Yep, top nav content. In here I'm going to do bigger menu. Okay, so for the bigger menu I'm going to have 3 lines. So I'm going to do dot line. I'm going to have 3 lines, right? Line. So I want to increase the each number of the line plus 1. So line 1, line 2, line 3, line 4. Okay, so if I put a $, it's a shortcut, and then we'll be able to increase the lines by 1 every time, and then multiply by 3. So I'm going to have 1, 2, 3 lines. Okay, so the $, it means increase by 1, and then 3, we want 3 items. Okay, so now we have line 1, 2, 3. All right, so now we have the bigger menu, and what else do we need inside the nav content? So we need the logo dot top. I'll just type top logo. Okay, all right, so what I'll do is I'll copy the bigger menu. Okay, there it is, and then width 3 rem, height 3 rem as well, 3 rem. Okay, I'm not sure if I'm recording actually. Oh yeah, I am recording. Yep, 3 rem, and then I will do line 1. I'll select the line, line 2, and then finally line 3. So I want line 1 and line 1 up to 3 to have width 100%, height I think 0.2 rem, and then a color of white, background color of white. All right, so now let's see if it's showing. We need to save the HTML as well. Okay, there it is, the navigation. Okay, so if I inspect element, as you can see, the bigger menu is right there. So what we're going to do is display flex this, the top nav content. So the top nav content here, we'll give it a width of 100%, height 100%. Okay, so as you when I inspect this, inspect top nav content, it's covering the entire height and width of the top nav. So we're going to display flex this and justify content and space between. So we want the logo to be on the left side and then the bigger menu on the right side. So let's display flex this, and then justify content, space between, not around, space between, and then align items to center, and then we can do a we can do actually a margin of margin top and bottom 0, left and right is going to be somewhere around 2 rem. All right, let's see. Okay, it seems like we have an issue somewhere. Let's see what's going on. Okay, margin. There's something going on with the okay, let's do it padding instead, because the margin is going outside. Alright, there it is. Okay, we need to align items to center. Oh, we actually did. Align items to center. Okay, so the back menu, what we need to do now, the lines, I'm going to do display, flex, justify content, actually flex direction to column. We want them to be in a column. And then justify content, we can do space between for that. Okay, so they'll be like this. So what we all just need to do is to change the height of this of the container height. I'll do 1.5 rem. Okay, so it looks a bit compact. Okay, so now with the menu, the backer menu, we can also reduce the width to 2 rem maybe. I don't know, I think it looks too short. Or I think 2.5 would be the best. 2.5. Yep, I think 2.5 is good. Alright. Now the menu is showing. What we can do is also do a cursor point. When you hover, it changes to a pointer. So cursor pointer. So when you hover the beggar menu, we have a pointer. Alright. So now let's work on the logo. So for the logo here, I'm going to do img, and then source is going to be in the images. I can't remember the name of the images. It's going to be logo, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, logo. Okay, so what we need to do now is just to change the size of this logo. Alright, so what I will do is I'll select top logo and then target the image. Okay, so what I'll do is top logo and then target the image, and then just give it a width of maybe 30 pixels or something. Okay, I think it's too much. We can do 60 pixels, something like that. You can make it a bit bigger if you want, 80 or 100 pixels. Okay, I think I'll leave it on 90. You can do whatever you want. Okay, I think this looks fine for me. Alright, now let's work on a few things as well. A few things. So this here, right here. Okay, the image section. Select this one. So about container. So it's a flex display, right? Around, I think, I don't know when, I think somewhere here, 1056. So space between just for content, right? We can change that to, you know, and then we can do something like flex direction, and then we can do column. Okay, and then we can try to make sure this picture covers the whole width, and then we remove the margin here, padding actually. Alright, so now let's see what size we want to do that. Alright, let's go. Okay, something like, oops, something like this, about container. All right, yeah, something like this. Or 1060, I think 1060. Yep, 1060. Copy this media query. So at media 1060 pixels, I want the about container to have a display. Actually, it's still flex, so we can do flex direction column. Okay, so if I save this, it's now column. The flex direction is column now. Okay, so what I'm going to do now is select the what is this? Is it about icons? Paragraph. Write about sect. So this one, write about sect. I'm going to remove the padding, okay? But I'm going to put the padding top is 4 instead. Write about sect. Padding. Padding left. Oops. Padding left. I'm going to do 0 left, and then padding top 4M. 4M. Okay, something like this. Alright, so now the image, we can increase the width of this image actually. Let me see what I've named the image. So it's about container, img with 45%. We can increase this. Let's see how it looks like. You can, do whatever width you want. So let's say we'll make this image about 60%. Okay, so I'll do the dot about container, copy the styling like this, and then oops, I actually didn't copy it. Just copy that. Ugh, it's not copying actually. Dot about container img with 60%. All right, so now there's something going on with the styles. I don't know. About container 60%. Oh, sorry about that. Oh, I'm targeting all of the images. I want to target a specific image, so it's about container. What did I name it? About image. Dot abt img, something like this. So we target the correct image, which is this one. Okay, so now we're targeting the correct image. Everything's working as we want. Okay, you can always increase the width of this image depending on the size of the screen. Okay, but I'm not going to do that because I don't want to waste any more time. Alright, now let's go to the services. So I'm only showing you the basics of how to do media queries. So for the services around here the width is 1035, I think. 1035. Okay, so on 1035, not a dot, on 1035, I want this grid item, the grid container actually. I want to have 2 columns rather than 3 columns. Okay, I want to have 2 columns instead. Okay, so what I'll do is I'll do dot, I forgot the class name again, service items dot service items. I want the grid to have 2, okay, 2 rows, not 2 rows, I mean two columns. So now we have 2 columns. Okay, so now it's 3. Once it reaches a certain width that we specified, it goes to 2 columns. Okay, so after we reach this width, I think it's 6, I'll do 630. After we reach 630, I want 1 column. Okay, well, we can just do this, and then we can do 630 pixels, right? 630 pixels, and then I just want 1 column, and then I'll save. Everything is like in 1 column. Okay, we can also reduce the padding of the page actually at a certain width. All right, so actually let's start by doing that. So after, when we reach something like this point, I think it's 765. So at media, 765 pixels, 765 pixels. I want the I think it's the, where did we give the padding? Main content, main content, margin left 0. I think it's the section, actually, the ones that we gave the padding. Yep, it's this section. So for this section, padding top and bottom, we do 7 rem, left and right. So section padding bottom, padding top and bottom is going to be 7 rem. Actually, let's do 5 rem, and then 5 rem, 3 rem left and right. Okay, let's save that. All right, so now we have, a bit of less space from the sides. Okay, perfect. Now let's scroll down. Let's go to the portfolio. Okay, so down in the portfolio, this one you can figure out yourself. This area here, it's only the same thing we're doing. So let's do the portfolio. So for the portfolio, what I'll do is I'll go to the portfolio items. Okay, and then at a certain width, I want to have two columns. Okay, so around this here, so it's 930, or it's actually, or I don't know, yeah, 930, 930 pixels, 930 dot portfolio items, then grid template, we want 2. Okay, so we have to want 2 for this one. Okay, now we have 2. Oops. Okay, so somewhere here, okay, I think, yeah, somewhere around 500 pixels. 500 pixels. We want 1. So yeah, something like this. Okay, there we go. Alright, so now let's do this area here. Okay, we're going to do the same thing. Okay, so this one is a bit bigger, so we can do this one around 1138 pixels. 1138 pixels. Alright, so inspect this. It's blogs. Okay, copy this dot blogs. Okay, and then we do two. Oops, just two. All right. Now we have two. Okay. Instead of giving it a fixed height like this, you can do a minimum height. So this will expand according to the content. Okay. It will expand accordingly. You can do minimum height, but for this tutorial reason, I'm just going to do the fixed height. I don't know. It's fine for this purpose anyway. I'm just showing you the basics. Okay, so 780. 781 pixels. We want one, something like that. Okay, there it is. All right, so there is now only one issue with the font size. Okay, the font size. All right, now let's actually also do this grid here. Otherwise everything is bueno. All right, so now let's go to the contact info. All right, okay, so how many do I have? I have 2 columns. Okay, so now I'm going to do one at, yeah, somewhere here, which is 1006 pixels. 1006. So I want the what is it called? Contact info. Dot contact info. I'll do this one. All right, so now everything is bueno. Okay. So now let's just work on the text. I'm just showing you, I will show you only the basics, how to do the text, the font size of the text. Let me highlight this. H3s, the titles are H3s, right? H3s and paragraphs. I can say somewhere around something is overlapping, or it's here. If you have to find a way to figure this out, you know how to do media queries, so you can fix it. Email, send email. Why is it cutting here? Let me inspect. Okay, it's overlapping. Okay, you'll find a way how to do this with media queries. I don't want to waste your time. All right. Okay. Here as well, inspect. So this is a display flex. You can, do flex direction, and then you do column, and then it will put everything in a column. Okay, I think I'll do it for you for now. I'll do it for you, and then you figure out the rest by yourself. So I'll inspect service queues. Okay, so it's a display flex. So around here, 655 pixels. Okay, so I'll do service queues. What did I name it? Yep, queues. I don't know why it's not showing. Service queues, flex direction, column. All right. Oops, it's not showing still. Wrong spelling, I think. Yep. And then this one, what is it called? Skill text. No, it's skill. Oops, progress bars actually. Progress bars. I'll remove the padding left and then change it to top. Okay. Padding left 0, and then padding top 2.4 RAM. All right. So see, okay, there it is. Now it's in a column. Okay, so now let me try to change the color of the borders of these textures of the inputs. Input control border. I think I'll do hash EEE. Let me see how that works out. Okay, let me save this. Alright, I think hash EEE works better than than the color we had before. Alright, so now let's do the font size. Okay, so I don't know, maybe around here. I want to decrease the font size. Okay, font size. I'm pretty sure where did I define the font size? Okay, here. So here you can do at media screen and max width. I think for this one the max width is 540 pixels. 540 pixels. And then I'll do font size, I think 90%. Oops. body, font size 90%. It's too small. You can, just use the percentage to whatever size you see fit. Okay. Alright, so if you do 100%, it will make it a bit smaller. Okay, then let's do the headings as well. I think it's H1, H2, H3, H4, H5, and then we do the same. Okay, I'm not sure if this works, but if it works, it works. Nope, it doesn't. Let me put a small value just to see what will happen. Yeah, it doesn't. Okay, so what we can do is, since we didn't define the specific size for the headers, for example, H3, actually we did define a specific size here for H3, so we can decrease the size for this H3 to 1.5 rem at a specific width. So I'll copy this one here. Instead of, I just do only an H3. So the font size is going to be 1.5 rem by default at this max width. Okay, and then save. Okay, this is an span. H5, the font size is 2 rem. Can do here. Alright, so now it's smaller. Alright, I don't know why it's crossed out. For some reason it's crossed out. You can, let me double check. Portfolio, blogs, this is an H3, 2.5 rem. Main title. Okay, so you can, if you you don't want the you want still to override the styles, you can do like this, and then it will override the styles. Okay, so if I refresh this, and now the H3s and all the titles are much smaller. Alright, so now what we can do now is also we can, don't forget to increase the the width of this image. Okay, and this width. Okay, we can also do it now actually. Dot abt image width 70%, something like that. I don't know if it worked. Okay, doesn't seem to be working. About container. Dot apt about container, and then the image, and then we target the image, this one. For some reason it's not working. Okay, it doesn't matter. Okay, now let's work on these buttons. Okay, buttons container, button container. So what I can do for these buttons, I can do a display flex. Scroll down, I'll do dot button container display flex, so they will have flexible, so now they'll be next to each other. Okay, button container, so they have a display flex, and then I'll do space between, justify content. I can do something like space between, and then there will be spaced out inside this, the parent, but we don't want this space between to be applied like this before. So what we can do now is oops, what is it? We can do this display flex when our buttons start to look messy. So let's look and see when our buttons start to become messy. Alright, here they start to become messy. So the width is approximately 542 pixels, 502 pixels. Okay, and then copy 502, and then I'll paste, oops, 502, and then I'll paste that display flex of the buttons, and then justify content to space between. Okay, it seems like it's not applying. Save again, save, and then refresh the page. Okay, let's refresh the page, see why it's not working. Button container, I don't know why the display flex is not working here. Okay, you know what, instead of display flex we can always btn primary. Okay, we can always reduce the size. Okay, dot btn okay, it's just btn. So btn font size 1.2 RAM, or 1.1 RAM actually, and then the padding, how much padding did we give it? Because the font size here is 1.3 RAM, so we have to change it to 1.1. Sorry, padding we do 0.8, actually 0.7 RAM, and then 1.6 RAM. Doesn't seem to be applying all the styles. Okay, we can do this important, so it overrides this specific size. Okay, all right, now the buttons are smaller. You can always fix this to your liking. Anyways, I'm not going to waste any more of your time. You've seen the basics of media queries. Don't forget to reduce the font sizes of whatever you want to reduce, and you can always create a new media query for whatever element you want to do specific styles for whatever you want. All right, okay. I think I'll do one more thing before I go. I'll add that little triangle there. So to do that, I'll do something called a clip path. There are many ways to do that triangle, but I'll do something with the clip path. It's quicker. Clip path generator. It's an easier way to create a triangle, so you can move to whatever shape you want. So this is what I'll use today to create a triangle. Okay, so make sure this is on 50%. So what you just do is just copy this clip path. Okay, so but before before we do that, we need the name of the scroller. It's scroller. Go the way down. Down. Okay, here I'm going to do scroller, and then I'm going to do, actually I'm pretty sure I did scroller before. Control F to search. Control F, scroller. Okay, after scroller I'm going to do dot scroller, and then after I'm going to give an after pseudo element, and then the content is going to be an empty string. After that I'm going to do position to absolute. After position absolute, I'm going to do top to 50% because I want to center this, and then left 50%. I want this to be on the middle, and then width. Okay, I can do width 1.5 rem, same as height as well, height 0.5 rem, and then background color red. Okay, let's see this in action. Position absolute, and then make sure you do position relative on the scroller. Position relative, and then save, and then the after pseudo element should be on the center. Actually, we missed something. So to make sure this is perfectly centered, this red dot, actually before I do that, I'm going to increase the width as well. I'm going to do 0.8 rem for both. Okay, I want to make sure this is perfectly centered. To do that, I'm going to do transform and then translate on the x-axis and the y-axis. So for the x-axis, I'm going to do minus 50% to make sure it's centered horizontally, and then on the y-axis minus 50% to make sure it's centered vertically as well, and then save. And then it will be perfectly centered. So now I'm going to apply that clip path. I've copied the polygon, and then it will make a triangle. And then what one just need to do is change the background color to hash EEE, and then done. Now we have that triangle. So we also need to do a cursor to pointer. So when we hover, it will do a cursor pointer. All right, I think that's it for this tutorial. I think if you want to add more features or anything, just ask me in the comments, or you can send me an email and then I'll reply to you. Or if you want to do more animations, whatever you want, just ask me via email, or you can comment. Or I'll see you on the next one.